Good morning, all. I see we have one of our court reporter links in the room. If the hearing team can please go ahead and elevate the court reporter to panelist status.
Good morning, Miss Quincy or Kenzie. My apologies.
No problem. Good morning. And do you have another link that you need to sign in with, or are you ready to go?
I mean, I would love another link. Yes, please. Is there
Have
a
you received
possibility that
have you received one or
the one that I received this one. I received another one that says that it's expired.
ah, I'll look to the team to see if we can get you another link.
And then if you can send it directly to my email at marleynelson1@yahoo.com.
Is that the same as that we previously sent to, however?
Uh,
A
I
different email address. That's the
I
problem.
think it's a different one. I think that
Okay,
Kate forwarded me hers, but maybe
great.
your team can verify that.
Great. We will check that out.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Apologies for the inconvenience.
So, Ms. Nelson, we think we sent an email to you this morning that should have an additional link. It may be in your junk. That's another place to look, but please let us know if you don't have that.
Okay, just one moment. Thank you.
And I'll look to our room if, thank you for your patience. We're just sorting out, making sure our court reporter has full access to the hearing, and then we will begin this morning.
The second link that I received says unable to join.
And you received it this morning?
Yes, just a moment. Let me go back and see
Okay,
what time it
interesting.
was. 7:55, 8.
Right. We are going to send it again.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for letting us know, and thank you for being patient with us as well.
Of course, no, thank you. And push comes to shove, I can record it from the YouTube recording, which is my what I figured I could use as a backup, but I'd much rather have you know,
Understood. No,
dedicated.
let's with the technology, it's so much faster for us to run these hearings on Zoom, and sometimes it takes a few minutes for us to get organized. It's worth it. So we will try to
Okay,
make sure you have the best tools ready to go.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And I'm just patiently monitoring my inbox.
Yes,
So
and
I'll let
I
you
think
know.
we're doing the same here.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you all for your patience as we work through this. Just give us a few more moments.
I have refreshed my inbox. I'm still not seeing it. I'm trying to see if I can figure out an alternative place to send it. So give me
Okay,
just one
thank
moment,
you. We
please.
have had, and maybe this is a good note for everyone. We have sometimes encountered problems with Yahoo email addresses. It's on the recipient end, so there's nothing the State Water Board can do. Um, but it doesn't. It seems to be on and off, and it's our IT team can't. There's nothing for us to do about it. So occasionally there are problems with those delivery to the Yahoo addresses.
In the alternative, I can log off of here, use the email that I logged onto with this, but I won't be able to communicate with you is the problem because I use my auxiliary jack for the backup and that disables my speaker to be able to speak with you. So kind of
Yes.
your call on that. And I am on Yahoo, of course. So
So according to my team, you are logged in through your Yahoo email address, which is why you can't log in again through the same one. Uh,
yeah, and that's why I was considering because in order to communicate with you to go on the record and off the record, I was thinking that I could record from the actual Yahoo streaming, um, which will be the same audio.
are you able to give us a thumbs up? You'd still be in the Zoom room, right? Can you give us
Well,
a,
yeah, but the thumbs up is going to be on my phone. So it's just a technology issue with me, unfortunately. In that once I do a backup recording on my computer, there's no way for me to speak through my computer
right?
for you. Right.
Yeah.
So I mean, you can assume that I'm here
Okay.
and recording, and I can log off of here and go
And
in.
you can always go back if for some reason we start ahead. That's fine. I mean, if that works for you, and I apologize that next time maybe we can get two, it is to have two links, you do need two separate email addresses, so that there are separate links, but maybe we can work that out for tomorrow or
Okay.
even this afternoon.
Yeah, and actually, it'll be a different reporter tomorrow. I'm just
Okay,
subbing in today,
great.
and they are not on Yahoo, so that's the
Understood.
good news. Let me just go back and yeah, so I'm not getting anything. So how would you like me to proceed? Would you like me to disconnect from this or just record from YouTube? I mean, it's reliable. It's just got a little bit of a delay, but we're all good.
I mean, yeah, and we also record the proceedings, so if you needed a recording, we have that too, but whichever you prefer.
That's what I'm thinking. Why don't I stay on with you? That way we can
Okay,
communicate when we need to, and then just give me one moment and let me get the Yahoo going. Okay, so we are recording. And just a moment, let me make sure that I can hear myself. It looks like I can. Okay,
great. We will get
okay,
started.
wonderful. All
Thank you
right, thank
very
you so
much.
much for your patience.
Sure. Good morning, and thanks to all of you for your patience. It is May 21st, 2025, and I am Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water right permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I'm conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st notice of public hearing and subsequent amendments. The hearing this morning is being conducted by Zoom webinar. Um, the hearing is being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. It is also the audio and video of this hearing are being recorded, and we will post files of this recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding. The YouTube recording will also be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. As usual, I think we're all getting used to our routine here, but we will take breaks today. We will have a mid-morning break, a lunch, and a hard stop at 5 p.m. today. Ms. Mullen will be assisting from the hearing team today with advancing of slides or bringing up of exhibits. So if you are a witness or a questioning representative, you're welcome to address Ms. Mullen directly to bring up a particular exhibit. I believe where we left off to orient us, we did have a hearing day on Monday, May 19th. That was reserved for statements from interested members of the public. And we are picking up today with the evidentiary portion of the hearing. I was looking back at my notes to make sure I knew where we were. We're picking up with our panel 3 witnesses, and I believe Ms. Moscal was in significantly through, but I think not finished with cross-examination. So that's where I recall we left off. And it probably would be a good idea for just a refresher from the protestants on order of proceeding. I tentatively have Ms. Moscal and then Mr. Spain and then Mr. Cho, but that may have changed. I know Ms. Meserve we reserved to hear from no sooner than this afternoon because of other commitments this morning. With that, I think we will handle appearances as we have been. When it's your turn, when you have something to say, we will bring you up and elevate you as a panelist. You'll have a chance to come on camera and make your appearance, and then we can have our discussion. With that, I see first I have a hand from Mr. Cho. So if we can please elevate Mr. Cho to panelist. And Mr. Cho, you're welcome to come on camera and off mute. Good morning.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie. Austin Cho for North Delta Water Agency and Reclamation Districts 999, 2060, and 2068. I'm sorry to spring this last minute, but I'm wondering if it would be acceptable to Mr. Spain if I followed Ms. Moscal's cross. I don't think I have very much, probably around 30 to 45 minutes. If that's not workable, I can certainly go after Mr. Spain, but just want to check.
Great. Let's go ahead, please. The hearing team would please elevate Mr. Spain to panelist. And good morning, Mr. Spain. You're welcome to come on camera and off.
Good morning, everybody. Mr. Cho, I'm fine with that. I'll defer to you. I know you may have some time constraints.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
And thank you, Mr. Spain. Thank you for your consideration of that.
And I would be happy to go right after you, Mr. Cho.
Great. I have that ordered. With that, let's start. I will ask the room whether there are any other. I see we have Christy Ralston. So let's go ahead, and you are on my list as having cross as well. Please, if we can elevate Ms. Ralston.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Kenzie.
You're welcome to, you don't have to come on camera, but you're welcome to come on camera if you would like. There you are.
Hi, Christy Ralston with San Francisco Baykeeper. And if possible, I would like to go after Mr. Spain. I have around 30 to 45 minutes of questions.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And good morning, Ms. Ralston. With that, I will go ahead and we can start to the hearing team. If you would please elevate Ms. Carroll, we'll start there. And then in the meantime, if there are any other procedural matters, I think we had a procedural matter actually about model files, which I can address in a moment, but let's go ahead if we can elevate Ms. Carroll. And you are welcome to come on camera and unmute. Good morning.
Morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey and Carol for the Department of Water Resources.
Thank you. And I did have a question. I think Mr. Reese, the question we received at that for everyone's benefit, I mean, it's on our FTP site, but we received an inquiry about model files from, I believe, one of the consultants working with Mr. Reese and Mr. Herrick, and I wanted to, it sounds like there's maybe a missing, maybe missing is the right word for it, but a missing model file related to the PRA response for the ITP modeling that was conducted by DWR. I think that's an appropriate matter. I would like if Mr. Reese or Mr. Herrick, if you could have a conversation with Ms. Carroll offline. I think that would be an appropriate first step about whether those model files are available. I think I view this as a follow-up on the PRA, which doesn't necessarily involve the AHO. But you may have more background than I do about the issue. So I wanted to frame that up as, at this point, I'm not planning on taking any action until there's some additional conversations about what might be done there. But I could look to Mr. Reese. If you would like to add to this, and I'm looking to you because you're on my list and Mr. Herrick isn't, if you would please raise your hand and we can bring you up. Ms. Carroll, since you're here, please go ahead.
I might be able to clear this up. I believe we understand which file this is. We did provide the file in response to the Public Records Act request, but it seems that it may have been missed in sending it over to the AHO. So if Mr. Rees would like to contact Stephanie Morris, my colleague, she can provide that file, and we can also make sure it gets to the FTP site.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Carroll. I think we cut through that pretty quickly. So thank you. Before we bring up our other normal members of the panelist side here, are there any other procedural matters we should address before we return to cross-examination of panel 3? All right, then if we can please, I'll look to the team, if we can please elevate Stephanie Morris. And then we will also, if our two witnesses would raise your hands, we will elevate you as well. Thank you. And Ms. Morris, you're welcome to come on camera.
Good morning, Stephanie Morris for the Department of Water Resources.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Dr. Greenwood.
Good morning.
And I'm looking to the team if we can please elevate Ms. Gardiner. And I believe typically we also have Miles Krieger. Good morning, Ms. Gardiner. You're welcome to come on camera.
Good morning.
And good morning, Mr. Krieger. I believe you are, there you are.
Officer Kenzie, Miles Krieger for the State Water Contractors.
Thank you. Good morning. And with that, I will look to, if I think we need to elevate Ms. Moskal, please. And I will also look to the room. Are there others who would like to be granted audio privileges at this time? You are welcome to raise your hand. Good morning, Ms. Moskal.
Good morning. So Ms. Mullen, could you please pull up Ms. Gardiner's revised testimony 900R? Good morning, Ms. Gardiner. Ellen Moskal for Sacramento County et al.
Good morning.
I have several more questions this morning. I think we'll move through them relatively quickly. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. If you could please scroll to paragraphs 34 through 36. They're on the bottom, a few lines of PDF page 13 and the top half of PDF page 14. Okay, and if you could scroll to paragraph 35, that would be great. Thank you. So Ms. Gardiner, paragraph 35 describes the provision of alternate roosting and foraging habitat for Sandhill cranes under certain circumstances, correct?
That's correct for any habitat that's affected by noise greater than 50 decibels, construction-related noise.
So in preparing your testimony, did you evaluate whether this provision of alternate habitat could result in increased predation risk for Sandhill cranes?
Can you be more specific?
So I believe that certain characteristics of habitat can make a species more vulnerable to predation. Would you agree with that? Just speaking generally.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So when you were evaluating or describing the provision of this alternate habitat, was the question of whether that creation of habitat would result in increased predation risk considered?
The habitat, I mean, are you speaking about roosting habitat, foraging habitat?
Let's
I
start
mean,
with roosting.
there are criteria that need to be met for the characteristics of that habitat. So for example, for roosting habitat, you would need a sufficient water depth, a sufficient area flooded, an appropriate, distance from other features. All of that comes into play for creating effective roosting habitat where they feel safe.
Mm-hmm. So you would say that you did not necessarily evaluate those impacts, but they're baked into the criteria for designing the habitat that is created. Is that accurate?
I don't think I would use that phrasing. No, I would say that the habitat has to meet a certain standard such that it's high value and appropriate for the species.
Okay.
And that
So,
would include safety from predators, which is what the water provides for them on their roost sites.
okay, thanks. So if we could scroll down to paragraph 36. This describes the creation of habitat, roosting and foraging to be available during construction. I have the same question, whether the creation of this habitat would result in increased predation risk. Would you have the same answer?
This is describing the same mitigation that was on the other paragraph. This is still talking about that same mitigation to provide alternate habitat for roost sites. So yes,
Okay.
that would be the same.
Do you know whether the final EIR for the project evaluated whether the implementation of mitigation measure Bio 33 would have any impact on predation risk for Sandhill cranes?
My testimony is based on mitigation measure Bio 33. It would be the same roost site characteristics and foraging habitat value requirements are in mitigation measure Bio 33 of the final EIR.
Yes, but to clarify, do you know whether the final EIR included a discussion of the risk of predation in relation to mitigation measure Bio 33?
Mitigation measure Bio 33 discusses the quality of the habitat required to provide effective mitigation for the species. It
Okay.
doesn't talk about predation.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, could you please scroll a little further so that we can see all of paragraph 37? So this discusses the enhancement of crane foraging habitat for noise-related impacts. Ms. Gardiner, when you say that DWR will enhance foraging habitat, what does that mean exactly?
So typically to create very attractive foraging habitat, that usually means it's planted in corn and either has delayed harvest or is left unharvested, so that there's a huge amount of very attractive food for the cranes.
So does this enhancement occur on existing foraging habitat to improve it?
Modeled habitat, it
Mhm.
would occur on potential habitat. So you know, with cultivated lands in a managed landscape, we're trying to manage it in a way that's beneficial for target species. So for the sake, in this case for Sandhill crane, it could be either very low value habitat, it could be tomato fields, and there's a mosaic as well, right? Because you have to consider crop rotation. But the purpose is to make sure that there's habitat that the cranes is very high value for the cranes for foraging.
Got it.
Does that
So
answer your question?
it does answer my question. Thank you. So in your professional capacity, have you ever been personally involved in implementing sandhill crane habitat enhancement?
No. I work with a technical advisory committee who has experts who are experienced in that.
So do you happen to know the approximate per acre cost to enhance sandhill crane foraging habitat as is described in this paragraph?
Off the top of my head, no.
Sure.
I would rely on the biologists who conduct that work and set aside or set up the landowner incentive programs.
Okay. So on lines 18 and 19, you state that DWR will create a 1/10 of an acre of foraging, or I apologize, enhance a 1/10 of an acre of foraging habitat for each acre of foraging habitat affected.
Mm-hmm.
What was the basis for using this ratio?
This ratio was developed, gosh, many years ago, also by members of the Technical Advisory Committee in conjunction with Department of Water Resources. And with the fact that this is providing a temporary alternate mitigation, so if the foraging lands that are affected by greater than 50 decibels, because they may not be affected, right? We don't know, but it's a very conservative noise threshold. But if they are affected, the idea would be to make sure they're somewhere away from the impact, and that ratio was determined to be sufficient to, basically you wouldn't need a one-to-one area. You would instead take a habitat which may be low value, it may be moderate value, and replace it temporarily by providing this area that's a very concentrated, high value, attractive habitat for them.
Okay. So moving on, I have one last topic to cover. Just to get our terms straight, Ms. Gardiner, are you familiar with the term wildlife corridor?
Yes.
And what do you understand that term to mean?
Wildlife corridor, I would define that as a identified area or just an area for animals to move.
Okay, thank you. So are you aware of the location of any Sandhill crane wildlife corridors in the Delta?
I haven't heard that phrase as it relates to Sandhill cranes.
Okay, so it's fair to say that you did not evaluate impacts to Sandhill Crane wildlife corridors in your testimony?
I evaluated impacts to Sandhill crane movement. And then oh, I'm sorry, did you say in my testimony?
I did.
Yes, I evaluated impacts to Sandhill crane movement in my testimony. And then I believe it's Impact Bio 53 of the final EIR has a comprehensive assessment of impacts on wildlife movement.
Okay, but it's not framed with respect to wildlife corridors.
Oh, the impact analysis on wildlife movement, yes, is framed with respect to wildlife corridors and used the CDFW and other wildlife corridor databases in the analysis.
Okay. So do you know whether any project components are located directly on Sandhill crane, wildlife corridors that Sandhill cranes might use?
I think I would need you to be a little bit more specific in how you are referring to Sandhill crane wildlife corridors.
I would use your definition, the habitat area corridor that Sandhill cranes might use to move, particularly between two non-contiguous areas of habitat.
And can you repeat the question, please? Are there any
project components located directly on Sandhill crane wildlife corridors?
I'm not really sure how to answer that for with respect to this species.
Okay. I think that we can call it done for today then.
Okay.
So thank you, Ms. Gardiner and Ms. Mullen. I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you, Ms. Moscow.
All right, also we don't have questions for Mr. Greenwood, so.
Thank you. Then with that, I think we will turn to Mr. Cho. I have you next on my list if you have questions for these witnesses.
I do. All of my questions are for Dr. Greenwood. Good morning, Dr. Greenwood. Just to refresh you, my name is Austin Cho, Counsel for North Delta Water Agency and Reclamation Districts 999, 2060, and 2068. And I just have a handful of questions for you, largely to get some clarification on some of the comments in your testimony. You are the lead aquatic ecologist for the DCP, is that correct?
That's correct. Well, I was as it states in my testimony, I was the lead author of Fish and Aquatic Resources chapter in the environmental impact report. And, you know, I've worked on various aspects of the project as I detail in the introduction to my written testimony. So I think generally speaking, I would say, yes, I'm one of the lead.
Are you also a modeler?
I do some biological model, what I would call biological modeling. So by that, I mean taking inputs from operations models, such as calcium, and then incorporating those into biological models that might yield biological outcomes as their results, for example, through delta survival. But I'm not a modeler in the sense of doing things like calcium, as other witnesses have discussed.
So did you conduct the biological modeling for the DCP?
I conducted some of it. Other team members, such as sub-consultants, did other parts of it.
You refer in your testimony to receiving modeling outputs from Mr. Singh, is that correct?
That's correct. I think where I'm referring to that specifically is later in my testimony regarding the calcium-3 modeling of the ITP criteria, which I compared to the results from the criteria for the final EIR as well as for the ITP application.
So in that instance, you were reviewing those outputs, comparing the numbers, for example, in the tables that you provided at the end of your testimony, but you didn't actually conduct the modeling that was done for the ITP.
I didn't conduct the calcium-3 modeling for the that represented the ITP criteria.
Ms. Mullen, do you mind opening Dr. Greenwood's testimony with, and I'm referring to the revised testimony, DWR Exhibit 800R. And if we could go to page 2. Dr. Greenwood, at lines 11 and 12, you state that your opinion is based on analysis in the final EIR and in the incidental take permit application. And then you note in footnote 2 at the bottom, if we could scroll down, Ms. Mullen, that you've also updated your testimony to reference relevant portions of the ITP that was issued in February. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Should we assume that at any time in your revised testimony that you still refer to operational criteria from the final EIR or the ITP application, that those criteria are still applicable to the project?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to which operating criteria.
Do you have a specific example, Mr. Cho?
Sure. Let's say the minimum spring outflow of 35,000 CFS that is still discussed in here. Is that applicable to the DCP?
That specific modeling assumption, which was always, I think, stated as an assumption for the modeling that would have been in the ITP application, that was noted as being part of a measure. That was there was going to be further work to address a specific value moving forward to actual operations of the project. So that specific value is not something that's part of the ITP. But as I think I note in my testimony, there's a refinement of basically a similar concept addressing essentially that issue of outflow during that general timing.
Maybe as another example, on page 7 of your testimony, starting at line 13. You revised that sentence starting with "to mitigate habitat loss to construction," that the ITPA proposed a certain number of acres for tidal perennial habitat. Is that part of the DCP, or are you qualifying that the ITPA proposed that to indicate that that is not part of the applicable mitigation elements for the project?
Here I'm clarifying, as you suggested, that this is what the ITP of application proposed. I think subsequently then, on the following page, footnote 9 is an addition that I made, red line, that then addresses the similar requirement from the ITP. So basically the same concept, but it gives the updated values that are in the ITP.
So it sounds like there are statements that you make regarding the DCP that are still tied to the ITP application, for instance, that may have been superseded by the ITP issuance, but you did not remove all of those instances from your testimony, correct?
I did not remove all of those instances. Like with the example that we just looked at, I perhaps added more context that this was something that was in the ITP application, and then I added in updates reflecting what the ITP addresses on a particular topic.
Are the components from the ITP application that were proposed but not adopted in the ITP still relevant for our purposes here?
Could you state that again, please?
Sure. Are the components that you discuss relating to the ITP application that were not carried over in the ITP still relevant for the hearing issues, for your conclusions that you offer in this testimony?
I believe they generally are. I think what I've done in the testimony is to provide a link between specific analyses that I did in the context of the EIR or in the ITP application that they may have been quantitative modeling of biological outcomes, and then I've linked that back to the ITP criteria where they've had refinements, and not necessarily just quantitative either, but also qualitative, and bringing relevant conditions of approval for the ITP. So I think as you said, components, I mean, I try and elaborate on the different topics, if you will, or potential effects that have been addressed, and give the context for what the ITP requires, for example, in the way of conditions of approval that may have some refinements to what was in the earlier documents.
Wouldn't it have been more effective if your testimony was revised to only describe the applicable criteria that are still relevant to the project after the ITP has been issued?
Objection, asked and answered, argumentative, relevance.
Mr. Cho, I think we understand the point. So if you would please move on to your next question.
Ms. Mullen, could we please turn to page 6 of DWR 800R? And starting at line 8, you state that the criteria that are imposed in the modeling shows that the DCP would not operate at the full 6,000 CFS capacity of the new intakes. Is that correct?
I state that the criteria also frequently limit the diversion through the DCP so that the DCP would not constantly be diverting at the full 6,000 CFS capacity.
Thanks for that clarification. If we scroll down a little bit to footnote 4, you state that in the ITP modeling over a 100-year simulation period, that the North Delta intakes would be operated to the full 6,000 CFS over a full month in only 2 out of the 100 years. Is that correct?
Sorry, can you state your question? Did you qualify in terms of a particular month?
Well, I was having some trouble parsing this footnote, so maybe you can help clarify. I read that to state that over the 100-year simulation period, the North Delta intakes would be operated at a full 6,000 CFS over the course of a month in only 2 out of the 100 years, and that being in January, 2% of the years. Is that not a right reading of that statement?
Well, I think what I did here was to to discuss or to summarize which months in that 100-year simulation had 6,000 CFS, so the full capacity diversions for the full month. So that was in 2% of January months, so that would be indeed 2 years, 2 out of 100 years. And then I give further context for some of the other months. So October, March, and April were other months that had full 6,000 CFS capacity diversions, and in those cases it was 1% of years, so that would have been a single year. Then I go on to give context for the percentage of years that had no diversions at the North Delta intakes in a similar manner.
Is that in the modeling for the ITP or for the ITP application?
This is for the as it states there, for the ITP operational criteria.
So those were the criteria that were adopted by CDFW in February.
Those are the calcium 3 modeling representation of the ITP operational criteria.
You were presciently expecting where I was going to go next, which was the second part of that footnote, where you state the percentage of years with no diversions, i.e. 0 CFS at the North Delta intakes, ranged from 16% in January to 88% in August. And then you have a range of 40 to 61% of years in March and May. You're not talking about the percentage of years in which there would be no diversions, correct? Even though that's what you state.
Sorry, are you meaning, well, this is talking about the percentage of years based on this modeling.
Correct, but you're not saying that for the entire year there would be no diversions. Your sentence
It's talking
says,
about these. It's talking about these individual months. Sorry for interrupting.
No, that's fair. I think you're clarifying what I believe I was asking, and that is that you're referring just to months in which there would be 0 CFS diverted. And in that case, there are 16 Januaries over the 100-year period where there would be 0 CFS diverted in that month. There are 88 years in August where there would be 0 CFS diverted from the North diversion intakes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are you aware that Mr. Singh testified that there were 20 months out of the 94-year period where DCP diversions would max out at the full 6,000 CFS?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to which model runs.
Mr. Singh didn't clarify in his testimony. I believe it was probably for the final EIR, since it was just a 94-year period, but Dr. Greenwood, if you have information on that, please clarify.
Sorry, what was your question again?
Yes, my question was, are you aware that Mr. Singh testified that there were 20 months out of the 94-year model period, which I believe would be associated with the final EIR, in which DCP diversions would be utilized to the full 6,000 CFS?
Same objection, calls for speculation.
I'm not asking him to speculate.
I'll allow the question if Dr. Greenwood, if you know.
I don't recall specific testimony by Mr. Singh on that.
That's fine.
So,
did you confirm the numbers that are provided here in footnote 4 with Mr. Singh or anyone else at DWR?
no, this is my own summary.
If we could go to page 11, starting at line 16, please. And then going on to page 12 as well, you state that the DCP will include mitigation of 3,500 acres of tidal habitat restoration to mitigate the North Delta hydrodynamic effects. Is that right?
That's correct.
Quickly scrolling down to page 20 at footnote 39. Here you refer to 1,352 acres of tidal perennial habitat mitigation, specifically for Delta smelt. Is that right?
That's correct.
Are those habitat acreages additive? Or does the 3,500 acres include this 1,352?
I think I elaborate on that later in the footnote. So, if approved by CDFW, habitat restoration conducted to meet the requirements of other conditions of approval in the ITP may be credited to each of these requirements being those that are mentioned earlier in the footnote. So in that case, if indeed that was the case, then 1,352 acres could be a subset of 3,500 acres that you asked about a moment ago.
Thank you. Have any locations in the Delta that might be subject to this habitat mitigation been identified?
Not to my knowledge of anything specific. I think generally speaking, in the northern delta.
Okay. Switching gears to page 5, Ms. Mullen. And looking at lines 9 through 20, you revised a paragraph of your testimony there that had been written before the issuance of the ITP. And in that former testimony, you stated that you anticipated ITP conditions would be more restrictive criteria than proposed in the ITPA, particularly with respect to North Delta operations. Is that accurate?
That's what I had previously, correct.
And I believe when questioned by Mr. Busher previously, you stated that you removed your comment about the ITP being more restrictive than the ITPA based on your opinion that the differences were subtle. Do you recall saying that?
I do recall saying that based on the calcium-3 modeling summary that I included later in this testimony.
Notwithstanding that subtlety, are the ITP conditions nevertheless still more restrictive than the ITP application conditions?
I think generally speaking, that's correct. I think Mr. Singh had some examples of that type of thing. So I think it's generally correct. As I noted from my perspective, the differences appear subtle.
And so would you say that the ITP conditions are also more restrictive than what was analyzed in the final environmental impact report?
I think it would follow that they would be generally somewhat more restrictive.
Okay. When we look at the ITP conditions and compare them to the ITP application, pulse flow operations were just removed, correct?
A specific component described as pulse protection is no longer in the ITP. The ITP instead has restrictions, I would say largely based on percentages of flow that may be diverted. So not the same concept, but still aiming to restrict operations, addressing some of the same mechanisms that may have effects.
Thank you. As part of the proposed pulse flow operations, the ITPA contemplated an allowance of low-level pumping up to 6% of flows. Is that, do you remember that being part of it?
Generally, I remember. I'd have to probably see the details just to remind myself of the specifics of it, but generally I recall.
Do you recall that included a condition that if bypass flows fell below the minimum of 5,000 CFS, then even the low-level pumping would have to stop?
I probably need to see it written just to be clear.
Let's put a pin in that. I think we can revisit that, but I can move on to second aspect here. Well, actually, let's drill into that real quickly. Ms. Mullen, do you mind opening up Exhibit DWR 805R? And I believe it should be on page 13. Do you see the heading 3.1.1 bypass flows at the top there, Dr. Greenwood?
I see it.
And in that section, aside from there being a requirement that minimum bypass flows in August through September are at least 5,000 CFS prior to any diversion for the DCP, is there any restriction in here that if diversion, is there any restriction here that if bypass flows drop below 5,000 after DCP diversions begin, that they must stop?
I'm not seeing specific language describing that.
It's because it's not there. Could we turn back, Ms. Mullen, to DWR 800R and go to page 19, the bottom? I touched on this briefly at the start, Dr. Greenwood. But your testimony discusses the proposed spring outflow criteria with an assumption of 35,000 CFS being incorporated into the modeling for the project effects. Is that right?
Or the incidental take permit application, correct?
And those March through May spring outflow requirements would have further limited DCP diversions compared to the existing conditions. Is that right?
Further limited with respect to what?
Existing conditions. I'm sorry, so existing conditions would be without the project. Without the spring flow outflow requirements, there would not be a constraint. Let me strike that. Do you generally agree that the purpose of spring outflow requirements was to constrain DCP diversions?
That's I would say that's the general purpose. I think it was considering a specific potential effect that was aimed to be limited.
And in fact, if we scroll to page 30, footnote 56 of your testimony, you state here that the ITPA modeling assumed that there would be no North Delta intake diversions unless delta outflow was above 35,000 CFS, correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Mullen, could we scroll further down to table 3, which I believe starts on page 38 and goes on to page 39? And this table contains model results that Mr. Singh provided to you, showing the mean monthly delta outflow values by month and water year type under the different modeled scenarios. Is that right?
That's correct.
Looking at the ITPA column in the middle there, and I guess it would be helpful to scroll down further so we can see the March through May months. So just at the top of 38 and then into page 39. Shouldn't we see at least 35,000 CFS in this table for those months? And yet it looks like it's only present in wet years. Am I missing something there?
Well, this is summarizing delta outflow values. The criterion that we spoke of with respect to 35,000 CFS that was the assumed restriction on diversions occurring. That wasn't a provision of 35,000 CFS, that was restricting diversions. So if the delta outflow is less than 35,000 CFS, then the modeling would have assumed no diversions at the North Delta intakes.
Please correct me if I'm wrong. I'm looking at, let's say, March and below normal dry, critically dry years under the ITPA column. There's a difference in the amount of delta outflow between the baseline and the project, is there not?
There are differences, and these are reflecting the water year type averages over the overall simulation period. So this would be the average for the month of March of all the years that were of one water year type, whether it be above normal, below normal, dry, critically dry, as we see on the table at the top of page 39. And so among those years, there would be presumably some years that are above 35,000 CFS, during which diversions may be possible based on the assumptions in the modeling. There would be other years where diversions would be less than 35,000 CFS, and so no diversions would be possible. And so given that you may have above and below 35,000 CFS for a given water year type, then the difference that we see, that small difference that we see reflected between the project and the baseline, just reflects a combination of years where there may be some diversions possible, and there may also be no diversions possible, based on the assumption of 35,000 CFS delta outflow requirement.
Thanks for that clarification. Ms. Mullen, could you please go back up to page 20? And here in lines 2 through 10, Dr. Greenwood, you explain that the ITP refines spring criteria relating to longfin smelt. by requiring DWR to work with CDFW to model optimal scenarios that will meet biological criteria. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then further down on page 24, and I don't have the line, but you have a quote stating that after DCP is operational and you've had a chance to assess whether DCP is meeting certain biological objectives, there may be potential management responses, including additional studies and operational refinement to the bypass flow criteria. Is that right? It's towards the bottom of that paragraph.
Let's see, specifically lines 10 through 13, roughly, or?
Yes.
That does state that, although I think it's important to note that in that context, I'm describing potential responses as a result of adaptive management for sturgeon. The prior one that you had raised, the ITP condition of approval, I think was geared more to smelt.
So are you limiting the potential for revision or refinement to bypass flow criteria and other operational restrictions only to the case of sturgeon?
This isn't limiting anything, it's just describing aspects of the adaptive management. The condition of approval relating to smelt from the ITP that we looked at on the earlier page, that still holds as far as DWR working with CDFW.
Understood. So lines 5 through 7, you talk about how you may come to a point following certain analyses that there may be a need for potential adaptive management responses. Do those potential adaptive management responses also include the possibility of refinement to bypass flows?
Objection, asked and answered.
I'm speaking specifically for salmonids and smelt now, not sturgeon.
Well, I think the testimony, I think I summarized some of the different examples relating to adaptive management. But essentially, sorry, can you repeat the question just so I accurately answer it?
Yes. You state that there may be a need for potential adaptive management responses once estimates of limited negative effects indicated by the effects analyses come to light. Correct?
That's generally correct.
And that statement more broadly refers to salmonids and smelt, not just sturgeon, correct?
I think, yeah, that's a general statement.
And further down in that paragraph, you talk about specifically for sturgeon that there may be revisions or refinements to bypass flow criteria, correct?
Those are potential management responses.
And you don't specifically say that for the preceding sentence referring to salmonids and smelt, but I'm asking, do the potential adaptive management responses that you do reference there include potentially refinements to bypass flow criteria?
I believe they do. I would need to check in my testimony if I reference that specifically, if it's something that's mentioned specifically within the the portion of that document, which is, I think, from the ITP application that I was referencing. But I think that would, to me, would be part of the scope of the certainly this adaptive management as described here, but then also relating to conditions of approval from the ITP.
Could changes to bypass flow or other criteria that are a product of these further analyses allow for more diversion from the DCP intakes?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical, calls for speculation.
Will you run it by me again, Mr. Cho?
Yeah, I'm referring to these potential refinements to bypass flow criteria that Dr. Greenwood says may be analyzed and evaluated after further study. I'm asking if the refinement to bypass flow criteria could go both ways, either further restricting DCP operation or allowing additional DCP operation.
And I'll make the same objection just because it requires the results of studies which have not yet been completed. And so it would call for speculation, and the witness would be required to rely on information that is not yet even produced.
Understood. I'll allow the question, and Dr. Greenwood, you can answer accordingly.
Well, I would say generally that as I raise in this testimony here, these are responses in terms of if there's evidence of negative effects that are beyond those identified in the analyses, such as the ITP application. So I think that the emphasis would be on if there needs to be additional restriction. So to me, that's more speaking to additional restriction potentially.
But there's nothing in the ITP conditions that would prohibit or preclude consideration of refinements to bypass flow criteria that relax DCP operations in any way, are there?
Objection, asked and answered.
Go ahead, Dr. Greenwood. You can clarify, please.
Yeah, I'm asking specifically about what is in the ITP and the conditions that are imposed.
And your question was whether can you repeat the question?
Yeah, so you just stated, and please correct me if I'm mischaracterizing you, but you just stated that in your mind or in your opinion, you believe that any refinements that might come about from these further analyses would go towards being more restrictive of DCP operations because you're looking at negative effects of the project, right?
The purpose of the consideration of refinements is to address effects that may be beyond those that were identified in effects analyses.
Yes, and so my question was just a pretty simple one, that there are no express restrictions on what those refinements look like in the ITP itself, correct?
The ITP doesn't specify, to my recollection, what refinements would be. That would be the purpose of the further investigations.
Thanks. My last main question here is if we could please go to page 30, Ms. Mullen. And starting on line 20, with that sentence that starts on the basis of the overall similarity, you state that the ITP operational criteria will have, quote, the potential for generally similar effects as noted in the final EIR in the ITP application, right?
That's correct.
How much work are the words potential and generally doing in that sentence?
Can you clarify what you mean by work?
If we, are you qualifying your opinion there to say that there is a range of effects under the ITP conditions and criteria that could resemble those that were proposed in the ITP application, but they could also differ from them?
I think what I'm trying to express is that based on the patterns in the modeling outputs that I've summarized, I see similar potential for effects based on some of these, what I would call, however I refer to it in my testimony, the indicators of main influences of potential effects. So, I think the effects analyses they're talking about the potential for effects. That's how, we're looking at things. And so this is just reiterating the potential for effects in the same way that we've done with effects analyses. And then generally similar is really just meaning that obviously they're not exactly the same, but they are generally similar in terms of the way I look at it as are these relative differences similar to what we've seen previously in terms of just being, whatever percent difference within a few percent difference. So I think that's how I'm characterizing it. And then I'm just based on, having done quantitative modeling using these types of outputs, I would be expecting, based on these results, that the effects, the potential for effects is similar generally.
Would you agree, though, that that sentence that I quoted there, it's not stating that the operative criteria from the ITP will necessarily be more restrictive on DCP operation than was analyzed in the final EIR or the ITP application, correct?
It doesn't state that. It's saying generally similar.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, Dr. Greenwood, and thank you, Ms. Mullen, for your exhibit wrangling.
Thank you, Mr. Cho. I know we started a little bit late, but I think it's probably a good time to take a break, and then we will come back with Mr. Spain. So let's go ahead and take a break, 10 minutes, and we will return at 10:30. Thank you. All right, I think we have audio for our court reporter, so I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. And we have Ms. Carroll, Dr. Greenwood, Mr. Spain, and I think we just need Ms. Gardiner.
My questions will be directed to Dr. Greenwood.
Okay, well then you may be off the hook, Ms. Gardner. With that, then please go ahead, Mr. Spain.
Okay, thank you. First off, thank you, Dr. Greenwood, for putting up with all of this. This isn't easy. I know it's exhausting and sometimes incredibly boring, but I really appreciate your efforts to put very difficult concepts, technical studies in terms even a lawyer can understand. So I really appreciate that. I will be using a number of documents here. PCFFA X1, PCFFA X2, and PCFFA X3. Let's bring up PCFFA X3 first. I need to set a foundation here so we know what it is and where it relates in the record. If you could do that, Ms. Mullen, that would be much appreciated. Okay, and for the record, what this is pages, it's an excerpt from your testimony, pages 1 through 14, an excerpt of DWR 800R, and it does not contain the changes that you established in your testimony on the May 14th, but those aren't relevant to the questions that I'm going to be asked. And I've highlighted this particular. Oh, actually, no, I need X3, Ms. Mullen.
I'm sorry, what are you looking for, Mr. Spain?
PCFFA X3, I'm going to start
Okay.
there because there we go. And what this is the testimony that, an excerpt from your testimony. Do you recognize that as an excerpt from your testimony with the addition of some underlining in red, some highlighting in yellow, excuse me?
We don't see any highlighting, or I guess we will once we scroll down.
Oh, I see.
There we go.
There we go.
Highlighting. Right.
There we go. I need to establish that you recognize this as your testimony. And we're happy to take whatever time you need. If you need to bring up your full testimony and compare it, that would be fine.
This appears to be my revised written testimony, correct?
Okay, and I was impressed that you list yourself as lead author of the Fish and Aquatic Resources chapters in the environmental impact reports. Let's go to PCFFA X1, please, Ms. Mullen. Do you recognize this? And you can see the provenance at the bottom too. This is from the final EIR section. You are the lead author for this section, I believe.
I was lead author for the chapter, and as far as this particular section, I may have received some assistance, but I will have reviewed it for the content. So.
Fair enough. Looking at the highlighted part, I'll just read the first sentence there, because we'll be talking about salmonids exclusively in the testimony here. The first sentence is adult fall run Chinook salmon migrate through the delta and into the Central Valley rivers from June through December. The second sentence, I'll read that too. Adult late fall run Chinook salmon migrate through the delta and into the Sacramento River from October through April. You mentioned in your PowerPoint that there are 5 species. What are those 5 salmonid species in the area you're studying?
Sacramento River winter run Chinook salmon, Central Valley spring run Chinook salmon, I think in that instance, if I reference 5, I think I was thinking of the fall run and late fall run separately in that instance, but they are, I think, recognized by National Marine Fisheries Service as a single ESU, as it states on this page. So that would be 4 for the salmon, and then the 5th would be Central Valley steelhead.
In other words, there are different species that are considered salmonids that are throughout the system. We'll not discuss steelhead, that's not my interest today, but of course the spring run, the winter run, the fall and the late fall Chinook. For our purposes here, can we refer to those as 4 of those species?
That's correct, 4 salmon species.
Okay. All right. The highlighted portion indicates that it goes into, well, it goes into the life cycle differences. What are the differences between fall run and including late fall run and spring run or winter run? Let's take the winter run. What are the migratory or life cycle differences between fall and late fall and winter run?
Well, I would say, for example, the timing of upstream migration differs. To some degree, there's overlap, I think, but there's differences in upstream migration, and then there's also differences in downstream migration, I think, as are described in this appendix, which gives some more information about generally the timing of individuals. So I think those are some of the main differences I can think of.
So the timing is different for each of those species, basically. There's some overlap, of course, but there's a difference in timing.
There is, as you say,
Is that correct?
there is some overlap, but there are some differences, I think, in terms of where the peaks are.
Would that also apply to the spring run as opposed to fall and late fall run?
Spring run contrasted with fall and late fall, sorry?
Yes.
Yeah, I think there would be, based on my recollection, potentially more overlap of spring run in terms of juveniles migrating downstream with fall and late fall run. But in terms of adult upstream migration, possibly less overlap, given that many spring run are moving upstream, as the name implies, in the spring period and holding upstream.
They hold for longer periods of time?
That's my understanding, relative to fall and late fall.
Okay, so their inward migration as adults may differ. There's, of course, some overlap, but they differ from each of those species. Is that correct?
There's generally differences with overlap, like you say.
And reading the first sentence or two of the second highlighted paragraph, and I'll just read that into the record. Most fall run Chinook salmon fry rear in fresh water from December through June, without migration as smolts occurring primarily from January through June. In general, fall run Chinook salmon fry abundance in the delta increases following high winter flows. Is that correct? This is from the DER, but is that correct in your knowledge?
That's what that states. I'm not, is this the draft EIR or the final EIR?
This is the final EIR.
Okay, sorry, yeah, I think you had said draft.
Sorry, my error. So, in other words, these 4 different salmon species, winter run, fall run, late fall run, and spring run, may differ in their outmigrant patterns as juveniles. Their eggs hatch at different times. They may go at different times downriver. Is that correct?
I would say generally correct. Peaks perhaps at different times with some overlap as well, probably somewhat dependent on things like hydrological conditions. But
in a dry year, it would be different than in a wet year, in other words.
potentially so.
Yeah. Is it fair to say that because there are 4 different species here and that their migratory periods are different, their migratory patterns are different, that they might have different water needs at different times of the year? Is that correct?
Not sure what you mean by different water needs at different times of the year.
For outmigration, they would need outward flows. If their migration periods are different, would they, at different times, each of those species would need different flows?
Certainly they would be using different, or they would be within different flows at different times based on conditions.
Okay.
If they're differing in their timing.
So it's fair to say that the life cycle needs of these fish are different in terms of their water needs. Is that correct?
I don't know. I'm not sure about different in their needs in terms of different because of differences in life cycles. I think a given amount of water or temperature or whatever it may be, that could have particular effects if that occurred at different times of the year.
Fair enough. Moving on to your testimony, and that I have is PCFFA X3. That's the excerpts from your testimony. And if you would look on page 3, the top of page 3, Ms. Mullen. Where I've highlighted, you talk about biological modeling methods. Biological modeling methods used outputs from other models described in the testimony, et cetera, et cetera. What are those other models?
Well, I give an example there of or examples of calcium-3 and DSM-2. I think those would be some of the main ones I can think of. Yeah, I'm not recalling. I'd have to look back at some of the more detailed materials to recall of other ones, but these would certainly be the main ones.
Are you familiar with the winter run life cycle model?
I'm familiar with it.
Did you use that model for any of the inputs in your analysis?
Could you clarify what you mean by inputs?
Well, it says biological modeling methods used outputs from other models. Did you use the winter, or were you able to use the winter run life cycle model as one of those biological models?
I see. In this actual context, the winter run life cycle model would be a biological model. So that would be a model that would be using inputs including calcium-3, DSM-2, and as you've mentioned, that model, it refreshed my memory, we have some upstream temperature modeling as well that went into the winter run life cycle model. So the winter run life cycle model was one of a number of different biological models that were used in the analyses that are in the EIR as well as in other documents.
Is it fair to say that the winter run model was one of the models used to determine the impact on fish in your modeling?
It was one of the methods, one of the models that was used among others, correct, specifically for winter run Chinook salmon.
Did you also use the spring run life cycle model? Spring run Chinook life cycle model.
Which spring run Chinook life cycle model are you referring to?
Are there more than one?
More just to clarify, I mean, I think at the time of preparation of these analyses, I think there was a spring run Chinook salmon life cycle model that may have been in preparation, but really I was just seeking clarification on which, if that's, well, which is the spring run Chinook salmon life cycle model that you're referring to?
Well, the one that is in preparation, were you using that one? And I know it may not be a finished product, but were you able to use that one to determine the potential impacts on spring run?
Well, it's in preparation, so it's not complete, so we wouldn't have used it. So it was, I think, as I indicated in my testimony just above the highlighted portion, we aimed to use methods based on coordination, review, and feedback by resources agencies. So I think, their awareness and our general awareness that there wasn't such a model at that time meant that, we did not use it because it wasn't available.
So it's fair to say that it really wasn't complete, so you weren't able to use it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you know of, or have you any knowledge of the existence of a fall or late fall Chinook life cycle model?
I believe that's, I think if I recall, there is one now in existence. I think it was, again, it was in development, at the time that we were conducting these analyses. So it wasn't one that was raised as being something that we could use at that time. But
So,
generally, I think I'm aware that there is one now.
so is it correct to say it's in development, but you weren't able to use it for your modeling?
I think that's a fair characterization. It wasn't available.
Okay. Moving down to the middle of that page. Right about there, line 13. The biological modeling has a limited ability to account for all real-time management decisions. Could you clarify that for me? What does that mean exactly?
What that's trying to capture is that there are aspects of operations management or real-time management decisions being a component of that may be dependent on characteristics that they're not something that you can model in a straightforward fashion. For example, distribution of fish, which there may be a tendency for patterns, but there are always specifics on things. And so if there's something that's dependent on a particular distribution of fish, for example, then that's not something that can easily be modeled. and it's more of a sort of real-time management decision or consideration. And so I think the modeling to some degree can capture general patterns, for example, in relation to turbidity and how that's generally associated with flow in the Sacramento River as an aspect of real-time management. But it's not something, you can't capture all of the elements of things like species distribution, given that that will be more dynamic.
In other words, there's always uncertainty in models of any sort. There are factors that may not be modeled, etc. Is that correct?
I think that's reasonable in terms of, that's an example certainly of some of the potential limitations.
Moving down to the bottom of the page, line 21. I'll read the whole line that goes over a bit into the next page. There you go, if you can see both of those. Consideration of modeled through delta survival at current and likely bypass flows based on observed and forecasted conditions, application of fish monitoring data that indicate the portion of juvenile salmonid populations that have entered and left the delta, and assessment of side scan, sonar monitoring data, etc. Those are some of the factors that the model doesn't deal with. Is that correct? The model doesn't get down to that fine a grain. Is that what I'm reading?
Well, this is giving context on what are the different what are different pieces of information that would be considered as part of real-time management. So it's not, in this context, it's not necessarily talking about limitations of modeling. It's really just giving more context on the sorts of things that would be used in the real-time management.
In other words, to try to tweak or correct some errors or inconsistencies or gaps in the modeling. Is that correct?
I don't know that I would characterize it that way. This is really
how would you characterize it?
The highlighted parts, as I just mentioned, are really these are elements that would be considered, among others, that would be used to minimize potential effects by, in terms of real-time management. So this is more talking about the actual operations and the real-time decisions and the types of information that would be considered.
And going down to line 4 in the bottom page there, page 4. It says this is consistent with the types of information to be used required by the ITP, ... There are a number of monitoring programs, sort of adaptive management programs in the ITP, is that correct?
I don't know that they're necessarily explicitly stated as adaptive management, but they, I think in my view, would serve that function basically. But as far as, what's the word you use, programs or elements?
Yeah, elements will do fine.
Conditions, certainly there's things that are listed in the conditions of approval that are, of which this is one example, the North Delta Diversion Monitoring Team. And then I think what I'm citing there is the requirement in the condition of approval in the ITP that there has to be this North Delta Diversion Monitoring Team. And I think it also lists the types of information that monitoring team would be considering, which are based on my reading, consistent with the elements that we were just discussing that are highlighted above there that are from the ITP application.
And those monitoring elements are called for in the ITP, correct?
Which ones? Sorry, are you meaning this specific lines 4 and 5?
Yes.
Those are required by the condition of, I believe it's one main condition of approval. I'd have to look at that specific source if it overlaps maybe a couple of conditions of approval, but it is something that is required in the ITP.
Okay, thank you. That's much clearer. Going down to the bottom of page 4 and the first part of page 5, and I'll read that for the record too. Risk of entrainment of listed species in the South Delta would be minimized by inclusion of ongoing regulatory requirements, such as changes in operations to not exceed take limits under biological opinions. Would that be also the ITP would be considered one of the restrictions there?
I mean the Delta Conveyance Project ITP?
Yes.
Or, the Delta Conveyance Project, well, maybe I can just say it this way. The context I was giving here was really to capture the Delta Conveyance Project would be operated to meet ongoing regulatory requirements, whatever those may be. So I give an example, take limits under biological opinion. So this is really trying to capture not necessarily the DCP ITP, but more other ongoing regulatory requirements that would be in place.
And the regulatory requirements under the biological opinion would apply to the ESA or CISA listed species, correct?
Well, sorry, your question was specifically for the biological opinion?
Yeah, you're talking about to exceed take limits under biological opinions. There would be biological opinions for ESA listed spring run, correct?
Yeah, I think I was just thrown by, you had mentioned the CISA species, so those
Sorry.
some of them are obviously listed both federally and state, whereas some may not be listed federally as well as state. So
Exactly, yeah. With that distinction, the biological opinions would be under ESA for spring run. There would be a biological opinion for spring run, correct?
sorry, are we talking about a biological opinion for ongoing South Delta operations or biological opinion? Well, is that what we're talking about in terms of when you
Yes,
mean biological opinion?
for Delta operations, there would be a need for a biological opinion for spring run
Well,
to make sure, and an incidental take permit at some point.
There would be biological opinions for all of the listed species that could be affected by South Delta operations.
Okay, but there would not be biological opinions for non-listed species, is that correct?
The biological opinions are limited to listed species. Other processes apply to, for example, fall run, late fall run. Those would be considered more as a essential fish habitat assessment under Magnuson-Stevenson Act. Magnuson-Stevens.
But in general, there is no biological opinion for a non-listed species because that's an ESA listed species process, correct?
The biological opinions are for listed species.
Turning down to the bottom of page 5. and it says, following the main portion of my testimony, I summarize CalSim 3 modeling outputs representing refinements to operational criteria in the ITP, ... So again, your modeling outputs are relevant to ITP species, correct? That's what you were modeling, the impact on ITP species, is that correct?
This is actually more general. What I'm summarizing there are calcium 3 modeling outputs for the different, I think there's 4 different outputs. I'm showing the results of those irrespective of whether, irrespective really of species. I mean, I'm just using it as context for comparing the patterns between the different scenarios that are modeled. So ITP, comparing project to baseline, and how those trends compare to project to baseline for the ITP application, and for the final EIR, with really the view to establish that in my opinion, patterns are relatively similar in those outputs, and therefore the impacts that were discussed for example, the final EIR, which is not just for ITP species, but for all of the species that were analyzed, I would consider the impacts to be generally similar, as I state in my testimony. So it's modeling the ITP criteria, but the focus isn't just on considering effects to the ITP covered species. It's speaking to really all of the species that were analyzed in the different documents.
Okay, thank you. The top of page 6, Ms. Mullen. We'll skip that first one and go to the second one. The operational criteria, including but not limited to bypass flows, and I noticed that pulse protections is removed. Why was that not included in your analysis after you made corrections in light of the ITP? Is the pulse protection removed in your testimony because it was not required in the ITP?
That's correct. I removed that here because it's not something that's part of the ITP criteria. Instead, the ITP has a different means of addressing the types of potential effects that the pulse protections were considering.
The ITP, however, as you know, as you acknowledged, does not cover non-listed species. Fall run and late fall run are non-listed species. Would pulse flows be potentially useful as a mitigation for fall and late fall run?
Well, I think the ITP is, the criteria of the ITP are generally restrictive in terms of the percentages of flow that are allowed to be diverted given river flows coming into the Delta, Sacramento River flows. So I mean, those restrictions are applying, they're focused on thinking about covered species, but they are limiting potential diversions during periods that are also relevant to non-covered species that aren't explicitly covered by the ITP.
But the ITPs are, of course, mandatory. Did you do an analysis of whether those ITP, let me correct that. In terms of pulse flows, did you do any analysis as to whether pulse flows would have been of benefit to fall and late fall run Chinook?
The tables that I included later in my appendix of calcium results were summarizing Sacramento River flow downstream of the North Delta intakes for the project and baseline scenarios across the different documents, final EIR, ITP application, and ITP. And so just based on having done quantitative analyses of through delta survival for different runs, listed and unlisted, of Chinook salmon as part of the EIR and ITP application, and based on my experience of the relative differences based on the inputs going into the model, I looked at those relative differences for the ITP criteria and the timing and the different months. And so it was seeing the generally similar patterns. It was my conclusion that the types of effects that were analyzed in the final EIR for the unlisted fish would be generally similar to what would occur with the ITP.
Your earlier testimony, you indicated you agreed that the migratory patterns of fall run, late fall run are different than the migratory patterns of winter run, for instance, or spring run. Did you do an analysis based on the differences in those migratory patterns as to what the impacts of these ITP mitigation measures might be?
Which ITP mitigation are you generally referring to? Conditions of approval or
Yes,
operational criteria?
Operational criteria.
What I did was, I think the answer is basically yes, in terms of I looked month by month at those calcium outputs to look at the relative differences between the scenarios. And so given that I was looking month by month and comparing the patterns for the ITP project versus baseline to the ITP application project versus baseline and the final EIR project versus baseline, my conclusion was that the effects would be generally similar to what had been observed on, for example, through delta survival of fall run, late fall run Chinook salmon, based on the patterns in those data. So those earlier documents had the quantitative analyses of through delta survival, for example, as I mentioned.
It's sort of a general outlook analysis there. Did you do specific analysis for the impact on fall and late fall run of those ITP measures?
As I mentioned, I think looking at those main outputs that are indicators of things like through delta survival and looking at it month by month and comparing the patterns, those capture the potential effects on the different species, including fall run and late fall run. So that's the basis for my conclusion with respect to stating that the patterns I see are generally similar.
Thank you. Moving down to page, I think this is page 7. There we go. Line 8. The AMMs, you'll have to define AMMs for the record, but the AMMs include measures such as development and implementation of plans to minimize risk from hazardous materials, spills, and stormwater. What would those measures be? Could you describe those measures to me?
Yeah, so I think, so AMMs being avoidance and minimization measures. I'd have to look at the specific detail in the Appendix 3A that I cross-referenced there, but they are essentially construction-related elements that are limiting the potential for things like spillage of fuel that could ultimately end up in the water body, where obviously the fish and aquatic species are occurring. So the details are provided in the appendix there that I cross-reference.
Okay, thank you. Moving down a little bit to line 13. It says, to mitigate habitat loss to construction, the ITPA proposed just over 18 acres of tidal perennial habitat and 3,100 linear feet of channel margin habitat would be created or enhanced, ... Did you do an analysis of the impact of that mitigation measure, plus, minus, or neutral, on fall run and late fall run impacts?
Well, there's not, I would say, an explicit analysis calling out those species in particular. It's more generally referring to the potential effects of those types of habitats, the restoration of those types of habitats. So I think it's more generally speaking to fish and aquatic species.
So is it fair to say you did a general analysis, but you did not do specific analysis of potential impacts on fall and late fall run Chinook?
Sorry, just to clarify, you're talking about impacts from the restored habitat?
This would be habitat loss to construction.
It was essentially recognizing that there would be habitat lost within the construction footprint, and then describing the extent of the habitat that would be created to replace that lost habitat. And so that would be inclusive of all of the species without getting into specifics of the different the actual identities of the different species, I think.
So, to repeat my question, is it correct to say that although you did a general analysis, you did not do a specific analysis for the impacts of habitat loss to construction on fall and late fall run Chinook? Is that correct?
They were they're generally among the species that, given that this was thinking about fish and aquatic species generally, they would be part of that, but I don't recall there being specific mention of them.
Okay, fair enough. Moving to page 8. And I'll look at footnote 9 at the bottom there, where I've highlighted ITP requires mitigation of 18.6 acres of tidal perennial habitat and 9866 linear feet of channel margin habitat, etc. The question is, that is required by the ITP, correct?
That's correct.
But the ITP only applies to CISA listed species, is that correct?
The ITP covers certain CISA listed species, correct?
Okay.
But this maybe I can clarify. I mean, the mitigation is, this will be provided, and whether it's listed species or unlisted species, the habitat would be there.
But 2 of the 4 species, maybe all 4 species have different migratory patterns when they enter as adults, when their eggs hatch, and when the juveniles go out. Correct? You've testified pretty much that earlier on. They have different migratory patterns, both as incoming adults and as outgoing juveniles, correct?
They have differences in peak migration periods with some overlap.
Mm-hmm. In terms of the ITP required mitigation measures mentioned in that footnote, did you do a specific analysis as to the potential benefits or deficits to fall and late fall run Chinook? It's really a yes or no question.
Well, I'd say similar answer to what I'd previously stated in terms of it's general to fish and aquatic species, and there isn't explicit mention of fall run and late fall run, but they would be part of the fish and aquatic species for which there would be the mitigation.
So the answer is you didn't do a specific analysis for fall and late fall run Chinook in terms of the use of that habitat, correct?
I didn't specifically mention those. Those were generally part of fish and aquatic species for which the mitigation was to be provided.
In the bottom of that page, there are two other another large footnote, 14. And I'll read the highlighted portion. Velocity requirements are addressed by ITP conditions of approval 11.109. And the other one is the ITP also requires testing for compliance with velocity criteria, etc. Again, those are references to ITP mitigation measures, are they not?
Well,
The plain
I
words
don't-
is that they're from the ITP.
they're from the ITP. You use the term mitigation measures. Certainly, they're conditions of approval.
Okay, fair enough.
Requirements of the ITP.
They are requirements of the ITP, but the ITP would not apply to non-listed species, correct?
Well, the ITP it has covered species for which its conditions of approval there are covered species that are addressed by the ITP specifically, but things of this nature, like these velocity requirements and so on, and these are essentially refining things that were already proposed, and they're applicable regardless of the species, really. It's not that the screens would be operated different ways at different times.
But there are different migratory patterns of these 4 salmon species. The impacts would be different at different times on different species, correct?
Are we referring to impacts from relative to what we're talking about here in this footnote, or?
Yes.
Well, these velocity requirements that are addressed in this footnote that's been summarized here. I mean, these are requirements, I would say, regardless of the particular timing. The screens are to be operated this way.
But the velocity requirements that you list here are specific to the ITP, correct?
They're explicitly stated in the ITP, but those are, I would say, established criteria for limiting the potential for negative effects to salmonids generally.
Did you do a specific analysis of the impact of those velocity measures in the ITP for fall and late fall run Chinook? Yes or no?
Those are essentially the same criteria that were proposed under the ITP application in the final EIR as well, and so those would have been discussed generally for all of the Chinook salmon species based on the available information.
Did you do a specific analysis for the impact of those measures on fall and late fall run Chinook? Yes or no?
I believe that would have been mentioned. I'd have to check the particulars, but generally, given the order of the layout of the EIR, the other species are often cross-referencing to winter run, where there's much of the discussion initially as the first species. And so it's essentially, yes, it's considering Chinook salmon. Fall and late fall run would be part of that.
Okay. In the bottom of page 11 here, let's see now. It starts actually in a footnote in the bottom of page 10. I'll just read some of the portion that I've underlined or highlighted in the bottom. Note that the ITP includes biological criteria requiring that DWR ensures that ITP covered activities including near field and far field operational effects as well as construction effects, 1, do not result in a greater than 0.06 probability of reducing winter run or spring run Chinook through delta survival by more than 4% relative to baseline conditions, and that 2, that operations do not result in a negative change in winter run and spring run Chinook salmon population growth relative to baseline conditions, ... Again, those are ITP criteria. Those ITP criteria apply to the winter run and the spring run. Did you do an analysis, a specific analysis of the impact of those measures on fall and late fall Chinook runs?
Well, that particular measure that you were just describing, I mean, that's something that would be carried forward as part of the implementation of the ITP's requirements. It's conditions of approval, so it's not something that can be looked at the present time. You know, the analyses that we've done for fall run, late fall run, are as described in the final EIR, as I referenced from my testimony. And as I've indicated, you know, I've looked at the modeling outputs representing ITP criteria and compared them to the final EIR, an ITP application modeling as well, in order to be able to assess the general patterns in the modeling outputs for some of the key factors potentially affecting the species. So
You were modeling ITP criteria. You've done a thorough job modeling the ITP criteria. Did you model similar criteria for fall and late fall run Chinook? That's really a yes or no question.
similar criteria to which are you talking about, these biological criteria?
Yes, the one specified in that footnote.
I haven't done specific analysis that's looking at outputs in this particular way that's described here. We have a number of different analyses that are looking at factors affecting fall and late fall run, such as through delta survival as a function of the EIR. So I think that gets back to generally comparing the the ITP modeling outputs for some of the key drivers of potential effects to the final EIR.
You did a thorough analysis of the ITP criteria. I thank you for that, and you guided me through some of that. But you didn't have, by your own testimony, you didn't have access to a fall and late fall run life cycle model that didn't exist. Wouldn't that limit you in your ability to determine what impacts there would be on fall and late fall run as compared to winter run and spring run?
I wouldn't say that it's certainly not having such a model. It's that we don't have those types of outputs that we may have for winter run. But observing the potential effects of the project, diversions at the North Delta and the potential effects on through Delta survival, as well as to some extent availability of rearing habitat. I think those are the main potential effects as I see them. And so we have a quantitative basis for having looked at those. And so I think those would really be reflecting the overall life cycle model results if we had life cycle model results. Basically that differential, and as I mentioned, factors such as through Delta survival. So just having the through Delta survival is, I think, quite a useful indicator of potential effects.
What models did you use to do the analysis for through Delta survival?
So those are described in the final EIR. I think we had the Delta passage model. I believe we also had an implementation of the STARS model. That's one of the other through Delta survival models. And then, well, those are specifically for through Delta survival, but we also look generally at other indicators such as hydrodynamics, flow into junctions, channel velocity, and other factors like that. So I'd have to double check the chapter just to refresh my memory of all of them, but I think that's the best summary I can recall.
But you did not have access to a late or a fall or late fall run Chinook life cycle model because that didn't exist. Is that correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Has it been answered? I'm asking a very simple yes or no question.
Well, let's
Did you have
clarify.
access? Did you have access to any of the late fall and fall run life cycle modeling that existed?
I think you did ask it, but it doesn't exist or didn't exist, and or it wasn't available, so it wasn't used. We did, however, conduct quantitative analyses for fall run and late fall run of key elements that would be potential effects of the project. So through Delta survival was the example I was given.
Okay. Moving to page 11, page 13. The 3 to 9 DCP operational criteria limit the potential for effects on inundated riparian and wetland bench salmonid habitat with potential residual negative effects addressed through mitigation consisting of just over 2,600 linear feet of channel margin habitat. Other potential far field effects analyzed were et cetera, were not found to result in significant DCP effects relative to existing conditions. In light of your corrected testimony, you still stand by that statement?
I do.
Did you do a specific analysis of the impact of that mitigation measure of 2,600 linear channel feet on the ability, let's just say, did you do an analysis as to whether or not fall and late fall run Chinook would have access to that additional 2,600 feet of linear channel, given the time frame and given differences in migration and flows? Did you do that analysis?
There wasn't an explicit quantitative analysis, for example. I think generally providing the mitigation would be addressing the potential impact. So I think details of the specifics of the restoration, those are things that would need to be developed as getting into the implementation of restoration to address the requirements under the ITP, as well as under this being essentially what was also required under the EIR.
It was required under the EIR. Okay. You're aware of the fact that edge habitat, the accessibility of edge habitat to in-river fish differs depending on the height of the river. If the flows of the river go down, they may lose access to some of that edge habitat. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct, and that's really the type of effect that this was aiming to address.
Fall run and late fall run come in at a different time. Their migration periods are different. The flows may be different between spring and winter run Chinook protection measures and fall and late fall run protection measures. May that not be the case? Is that true?
Sorry, the flows
There may be
differ.
differences in flow at different times of year that affect the ability of salmonids to access habitat. Is that correct?
That could be the case, and so in this particular analysis, we were looking at a broad juvenile salmonid migration period that would be inclusive of the different runs of Chinook salmon.
Okay. Turning now to PCFFA X2. Now this is the cover page of AHO 065. You recognize that as the cover page of the ITP, I believe. You can, if you can see the whole thing there.
That looks like it, correct?
It says at the bottom of these things. And if you look at page 2 and 3, this is an excerpt. For the record, it is AHO 065. It's the DCP ITP 2024, pages 60 and 61 plus the cover page. Now, if you go down a little bit to the near the bottom, you recognize that as from the incidental take permit. It says so in the bottom.
I see that.
That's a list of the covered species for which take authorization is provided in the ITP. There are 11 of them. If you flip to the next page, Ms. Mullen, I've highlighted the salmonids that are there. Winter run Chinook, which is endangered, spring run Chinook, and note the statement, these species and only these species are the covered species for the purposes of this ITP. Doesn't that mean that the mitigation measures in the ITP that refer to covered species do not cover fall and late fall run Chinook? Yes or no?
the measures that are in the ITP are aiming to avoid and minimize the effects on these covered species.
They do not necessarily apply to non-covered species. Is that correct?
Those aren't covered species under the ITP.
Exactly. Well, that's fair enough. So the end result is that the ITP wouldn't necessarily be applicable to fall and late fall run Chinook. Is that correct?
Can you clarify what you mean by applicable?
Do the mitigation measures in the ITP specifically protect or are intended to protect fall run and late fall run Chinook?
Those aren't covered species, so
they're not covered species.
They aren't I would say focused on those species, but as we discussed with some of the examples earlier, they limit the potential for negative effects to other species as well.
They may or may not. It's not necessarily the purpose of the ITP mitigation measures. Is that true? Their purpose is to mitigate for covered species. Is that true?
It's focused on the covered species, correct?
Fair enough. Looking at your own testimony, your PowerPoint, that is DWR 00801. Ms. Mullen, if you can pull that up and go to page 9. I hope that's the right page. Yes. See where in the one of the lower bullet points in the first section, no other significant far field effects, and you include water temperature, cyanobacterial, harmful algal blooms, metals, and adult strain. You've found that there were no other significant far field effects. How do you define the field? What is a far field?
Far field would be, generally speaking, effects that are farther away from the intakes than immediately at the intakes. So I think in this summary testimony, as well as in my written testimony, I talk about the near field being aspects that are close to the intakes, such as the potential for interaction with the screens at the intakes, whereas far field is things that are more broadly occurring because of changes in river flow.
Geographically, how far downriver are we talking about when you say far field? To the delta?
Yeah, I mean, this is speaking to potential effects downstream as far as the delta, or it may be beyond what we would consider the delta down into Sassoon Bay, for example. But yeah, so I think that's generally what I'm talking about there.
Any further downriver than Sissoon Bay? Did you look at anything below that?
I think it's primarily focused on the delta and Sassoon Bay, Sassoon Marsh areas, given the progressively greater influence of ocean conditions, ocean water farther downstream. So in certainly in respect to these particular factors here, I think the focus is very much further upstream.
Yeah, and the focus would be like the physical aspects of water quality, algal blooms and that sort of thing. Is that what you looked at in those areas?
As it states here, water temperature, cyanobacterial harmful algal blooms, metals, adult straying as a function of changes in flow.
Mm-hmm. And nothing further downriver than that area, basically?
These being, I think, particular things that were called out in terms of potential effects, as far as receiving input on the types of things that should be examined. So I think these are generally more in those upstream areas, but I think, whereas it may not be explicit in the case of water temperature, having indications from the locations that we have modeled, which are within the delta, those are illustrating minimal effects within the delta, and so that would be even less of an effect farther downstream without necessarily having explicitly described areas farther downstream.
There's another effect, as you're well aware, being a fisheries biologist. Salmon are highly migratory. When they go out to sea, they migrate up the coast and down the coast, where they grow to adulthood. You're familiar with that life cycle, correct?
Correct, generally.
When they're out there, sometimes they're harvested. That's an impact. Did you look at any impacts on West Coast commercial fisheries, for instance, from any of the impacts that you're analyzing?
That wouldn't have been part of my analysis. My analysis was focused on fish and aquatic resources. I think that type of thing would be considered elsewhere, so not part of mine.
Where would it be considered elsewhere? Was the impact on West Coast fisheries of the changes in delta flows and changes in delta temperatures ever considered by your team?
Objection: vague and ambiguous as to what's causing the changes. To the extent it's not with the Delta Conveyance project outside relevance.
Can you specify, Mr. Spain?
Yes. Were there any efforts to analyze the impact of the Delta Conveyance project changes on the abundance of fall and late fall run Chinook in the ocean?
Well, the analyses that I've done included fall and late fall run Chinook salmon, and so those are assessing and reaching conclusions about the potential effects on the Central Valley fall and late fall run Chinook salmon, which would, to the extent that there's effects, that would be reflected in the fish that are in the ocean. And so the conclusions that we have for potential impacts and requirements for mitigation and so on, those are aimed to limit to less than significant the potential effects, such as they may be.
Did your team do an analysis of the specific impacts on the fisheries as a result of potential changes in abundance of fall and late fall run Chinook?
Objection: vague and ambiguous as to what analysis.
I'm asking them if they did any analysis.
And by team, are you meaning the team that was working on fish and aquatic resources chapter of the EIR?
Yes, and you were the lead for that.
That wasn't, as I mentioned earlier, that wasn't part of the analysis for fish and aquatic resources. The focus of that analysis was on on the potential impacts to the species.
Including far field effects, but limited at the upper part of the estuary, nothing further downriver or in the ocean. Is that correct?
Well, the effects were reflecting the potential effects, including far field effects on the species. By the time the fish would be in the ocean, or farther upstream than that, there wouldn't be effects of the project. And so the conclusion related to the effect on the species, that then would be ultimately reflecting on the fish that would be in the ocean, given the significant impacts that we found were related to primarily juveniles and through delta migration as well as rearing habitat.
Fair enough. Did you do an analysis specific to fall and late fall run Chinook in terms of what the impacts on the fisheries would be? That's a yes or no question.
I believe I indicated I hadn't done that type of analysis in terms of effects on fisheries within the chapter. We looked at the effects on the species and made conclusions regarding the significance of the impacts and the requirements for mitigation to reduce those to less than significant. And so the criteria that we have are listed in the for significance are listed in the chapter as far as the criteria that we used for determining significance.
Did you consult with California Department of Fish and Wildlife on impacts on fisheries, of any of the impacts that may potentially be there?
Objection, vague and ambiguous.
Let me rephrase it. Let me rephrase it.
Yeah,
let me rephrase it. Did you or anyone in your team consult with Department of Fish and Wildlife on the impacts of fisheries from potential impacts at the Delta Conveyance Project?
You said consult with?
Yes.
I'm not sure about consult. California Department of Fish and Wildlife provided comments on DCP EIR, which were responded to. I don't recall if they were specifically discussing in those comments, I believe fall and late fall runs, what you'd explicitly mentioned. But to the extent that they did mention those, the responses would have been made as part of the final EIR.
Did you or your team consult with the Pacific Fishery Management Council, which is the federal manager for West Coast salmon fisheries, on potential impacts of the Delta Conveyance Project on fisheries?
I'm not aware of, I'm not sure not really sure what you're meaning by consult. Certainly if there were comments provided by that organization, those would have been assessed and responded to as part of the final EIR.
You're aware that the Pacific Fishery Management Council classifies much of the river system as essential fish habitat, are you not? I think you even mentioned that earlier in your testimony. Is that correct? You're aware of that?
By river system, you're meaning the Sacramento River?
Yes. The estuary, delta, and Sacramento River are classed as essential fish habitat by the Pacific Fishery Management Council. Are you aware of that?
Generally aware, correct.
Are you also aware of the fact that that requires you to consult with the Pacific Fishery Management Council on potential impacts on that?
Objection to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion.
Fair enough. Did you or any of your team consult with the Pacific Fishery Management Council concerning potential impacts on essential fish habitat as they designated?
I'm not aware of specific consultation. As far as I think you were meaning, you had mentioned essential fish habitat. That's, in my experience, that's something to be addressed as with the National Marine Fisheries Service, and so that's not the organization that you mentioned.
The National Marine Fisheries Service, well, I won't go into the details, but I would take that as no, you didn't consult with the Pacific Fishery Management Council on that issue. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you consult with the National Marine Fisheries Service on the impact on essential fish habitat?
That's something that hasn't been completed currently, but is that's part of the considerations for the ongoing permitting for the project.
Okay, fair enough. One of the you acknowledged that the 4 runs of the 4 species of salmon we're concerned with, spring run, winter run, fall run, and late fall run, have different migratory life cycles. Did your team analyze potential conflicts between those species in terms of flows or other water-related mitigations in the plan?
I wouldn't, well, in terms of some sort of explicit assessment of conflicts, that wasn't something that was done. Really, the focus is just looking at what are the potential effects in terms of flows, for example, anticipated to be as a result of applying the operational criteria that were proposed or required. And so really that's how generally differences or potential differences between species would be apparent.
Did you do that analysis, looking at potential conflicts in terms of water needs between those 4 species of salmon?
Again, I think there's not an analysis of conflict per se. It's really just given the proposed criteria or required criteria, what are the differences in the potential effects that you may see for the different species.
Is it fair to say that you considered it but didn't do an analysis of potential conflicts?
That term conflict that's not something I've considered. It's really just, as I stated, what are the potential effects given the proposed criteria for for the operations on different species, reflecting things like the differences in timing that we've discussed.
Did you do an analysis of whether or not the differences in timing might create water conflicts between these 4 salmon species?
I've not done an analysis that I would consider conflicts or assessing some type of conflict. Again, looking at the potential effects given the proposed criteria.
Okay, and to sort of reiterate your prior testimony, the analysis you did was a comparative analysis between current baseline and with project. Is that correct?
That's in large part
The
correct.
general methodology was a comparative methodology.
That's correct. Looking at comparing different scenarios, for example, where we have quantitative information, considering the potential magnitude of the effect given those results and then considering the status of the species.
Okay. I have no further questions, Officer Kenzie. You'll be glad to know we have a lunch break.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Spain.
Thank you, Dr. Greenwood.
And thank you, Dr. Greenwood, very much for your time this morning and attention. It is a good time for us to take a lunch break. I'll just reflect that I believe we will have Ms. Ralston proceed when we return from lunch, and then I will look and see if we have Ms. Meserve with us. Still on my list for cross-examiners is Ms. Meserve, Mr. Schutz, and possibly Mr. Moore. So after we come back from lunch, I think I'll look and see if we can get an estimate of how much time that may take. I think Ms. Meserve had initially estimated an hour and a half. I think Mr. Schutz had guesstimated about an hour, but of course that depends on, what's already been asked. And Ms. Ralston, you gave me an estimate earlier of possibly 30 to 45 minutes, and Mr. Moore had said maybe none, but maybe 30 minutes. So that's what I have noted down, although we've proceeded since that time. Let's go ahead and take a fairly substantial lunch break. It's 11:56. Let's plan to return at 12:45. And if you would please stay on the Zoom, that helps us. And I will see all of you at 12:45. Thank you. All right, welcome back. It is 12:46. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am ready. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And with that, just to summarize where we left off, we're returning from our lunch break on May 21st. We were in cross-examination of panel 3, I believe. Where we left off was the conclusion of Mr. Spain's questions, and I believe we have Ms. Ralston up next to ask questions of this panel. Before we go there, is there anything else we need to address before we turn to Ms. Ralston, who I believe is already a panelist? I see a hand. Good, Ms. Meserve is here. It looks like if we can please bring Ms. Meserve over to, I knew you wouldn't be here, so that was not a, it was not a criticism. Bring Ms. Meserve up to panelist status, please. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and yes, I'm back. Yeah, something's wrong with my camera, looks like. I'll try to fix that.
You have a good glow. It's just a blur, a little bit.
Ghost-like today. Anyway, as to the cross-exam ordering, my understanding is that after Baykeeper, then it will be Chris Schutz, and then I will do my cross. You may want to ask the room. I am not clear if there's anyone else who is planning to do cross on this panel. So.
I believe there was a possibility of Mr. Moore, who I don't see in our attendee list, but I will certainly give him the opportunity. And if there's anyone else, I will give them the opportunity as well. But I think what I had noted down was possibly Mr. Moore. So thank you.
Yeah, okay. And then the other thing I was going to mention, and I did not check the FTP site about this yet, but we did talk about the proceedings that have been that the state water contractors have been undertaking in the Fresno court case involving the water board.
Yes.
And I didn't know there's been a new case filed down there which challenges the ability of the hearing officer directly to request the information regarding the use. So I heard you last week to say that we should make sure that those materials all are on the FTP site, since they do in many regards concern this hearing, and I just wasn't sure if you needed assistance with that. I don't have the new complaint filed by state water contractors yet. I'm trying to get a copy of that, and there's
well, let me help you with that. I have it, and it is now on the FTP site, so now you have it. So thank you, Ms. Meserve. And I've been thinking through how to handle this. What I want to do is be meticulous about what it is that I've seen, because obviously these documents touch on this hearing, and I'm not, as I mentioned, I'm not directly involved or speaking with the deputy attorneys general who are handling this on behalf of the water board. But I am aware of these documents, and I have seen some of them. So the ones that I have seen, I want to make sure are on the FTP site, because to avoid any ex parte type issue. What we have done so far is create I think I asked my team to create it. I haven't looked at the exact title, but something to the effect of related litigation, which is outside of the hearing documents, but it's a folder called related litigation. We just this morning included the documents that I have seen related to the newly filed proceeding in Fresno County Superior Court. What we have not yet pinned down and included in there is the document that I had seen related, or have seen related to the existing pending case. We're working on that. I mean, the water board as an entity has them. It's just making sure we get the right ones in there that have actually crossed my path. So that's my intent in terms of that folder. It's not, I wouldn't ask you to submit anything or anything, but it's just intended to be a record of what I have seen. So it's very transparent with respect to any ex parte concerns as to what has run across my viewing screen, so to speak. So does that answer your question, Ms. Meserve, or address what you intended to raise?
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that that was on track. I understand DWR is saying it is still submitting the information per schedule, But yeah, there is still some uncertainty in other legal proceedings that are attempting to block your office from being able to obtain that information. So it's just yet another moving part. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Meserve. Ms. Carroll, please.
Yes, we're still proceeding with the deadlines that have been issued by the AHO. I just wanted to make a clarification. So the records that are being put into the FTP site, those aren't part of the record for this hearing. It's merely a notice of related proceedings, correct?
Well, I haven't, and this is where I'm still, I mean, it technically is part of the what I would call the administrative record, because it's to note that as a matter of avoiding any ex parte concerns that I have seen those documents. So I think it's appropriately part of, and we can discuss this further, but I think it's appropriately a part of the administrative record. But that's why I had my team create a folder that's outside of the hearing documents folder, because they're not direct, they're collateral, if you will. So I'm not sure exactly what to do with them, to be perfectly honest. But in an effort of full transparency, that's why we're collecting them there. I'm not reaching out and gathering more. It's just that these are the things that have come across my plate in sort of a passive way. And I wanted to make sure that everyone had access to the same materials that I have possibly seen. So you can think that through, and if you have a follow-up suggestion about it, I'm open to that. So
yeah, I think I'm having similar struggles to you. As I think that it's fair to have them be noticed and to have everyone recognize that you're receiving these documents and ensuring that it's not through ex parte communications. However, I don't want it to be included as part of the actual record of this hearing, because it's the information that's included in those pleadings. We're not evaluating those. We're not crossing those. We're not presenting evidence or anything to the effect that is the subject of those pleadings. Those are completely outside of this proceeding.
correct. So and maybe that's the rub here, is how do I memorialize? It would not be the intent of unless we had some section in any order that it was a background section to explain procedure, of what happened, then we might actually cite to it's possibly you'd cite to a document. But it's not being relied on in any way for evidentiary. Certainly would not be part of the evidentiary record. I don't mean to prejudge that. I suppose someone could try to move it in, but at this point, that is not my intent. So
there may be an appropriate time to move something in, but I don't believe that this is the time to do that. So just to have those records available, but they are moved into evidence.
Correct. That's what right now we have a repository. We can decide what to do about that later, maybe is the right way to phrase it. And thank you, Ms. Meserve, for raising that. With that, I believe, Ms. Ralston, are you with us, and are you ready to ask questions of these two witnesses?
Yes, and my questions are directed only at Ms. Gardiner.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Ms. Gardiner, during your cross-examination with Ms. Moskal on May 14th, you described yourself as an avian ecologist, correct? Am I correct in saying, as an avian ecologist, your work has dealt primarily with birds?
Yes.
Is it fair to say then that your expertise does not concern plant species?
That's correct. I'm not a botanist. I'm a wildlife biologist.
Is it also fair to say that your expertise does not cover non-avian vertebrate terrestrial species, such as mammals or reptiles?
My primary interest and area of expertise is birds. However, as part of my job, I work with primarily listed, state and federally listed species. So there are certain invertebrates or reptiles that I have quite a bit of in the field experience with, and others that are more habitat modeling. And that's more the level of my understanding of the non-bird wildlife.
Okay, fair enough. Is it accurate to say that your testimony does not cover any avian species other than the greater and lesser sandhill cranes?
Yes, that was the focus of my testimony.
Okay. And in your work as an avian ecologist, do you have specialized knowledge or expertise of any particular species?
Yes, I work a lot with Swainson's hawk. I've spent a number of years studying sandhill crane, or analyzing sandhill cranes, I should say, just to be specific. I don't know how many bird species I should name right now. I did my graduate work in shorebird ecology.
Okay.
I could go on.
Okay. And during your cross-examination with Ms. Moskal on May 14th, when asked if you were an expert on sandhill cranes, you referred to yourself as a professional avian ecologist who spent a lot of time understanding and learning about sandhill cranes. To clarify, does that answer indicate that you are a sandhill crane expert?
The best way I can answer this question, I certainly feel like I have expertise. I don't know that any biologist would necessarily call themselves an expert. Maybe people do. It's not a phrase that I would use as a biologist.
Okay.
I would say that I have expertise related to the species. Maybe that's the same thing, if that's what you mean.
Okay. And
sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Oh, I guess I just want, I would also add that part of my expertise is relying on the expertise of other biologists with expertise. So, certainly not working in a vacuum.
Okay. On the greater sandhill crane, do you agree that it is listed under the California Endangered Species Act as a threatened species?
Yes.
Do you also agree that it is listed as a fully protected species under CISA?
It's under the Fish and Game Code.
Yes, sorry.
Yes.
Thank you. And the average lifespan of a wild greater sandhill crane is somewhere in the ballpark of 20 to 30 years, right?
That's correct.
So could we say then the average lifespan is probably somewhere around 25 years, taking an average of those two numbers?
Objection, relevance calls for speculation.
Can you rephrase, Ms. Ralston?
Yes. So talking about the lifespan of a greater sandhill crane, we established that it was between 20 to 30 years, and taking an average of those two numbers, it would be around 25 years if we were just to reference a single number.
Can we proceed with the question with just 20 to 30 years? How about 20 to 30 years?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And sandhill cranes migrate annually, correct?
Correct.
And those migrations can cover hundreds or even thousands of miles, correct?
That's correct. Yes, depending on the subspecies.
Mm-hmm. And sandhill cranes can be easily disturbed during roosting or foraging, correct?
They are sensitive to disturbance.
Mm-hmm. So for instance, even humans coming too close while bird watching would be something that might disturb them.
Especially humans, yes, that's one of the primary.
And cars, oh, go ahead, sorry.
That's okay, go ahead, I can stop.
And cars driving too close might scare them as well.
Objection, incomplete hypothetical.
Can you describe what you mean by, well, we'll start with this, too close?
Too close as in the distance from the roosting site to a construction project in the nearby vicinity.
Maybe I think for Ms. Gardner to answer the question, we need a better description of what too close would mean. Or you can rephrase the question.
I'll move on. So turning to your testimony regarding the DCP power lines and SCADA lines, Ms. Gardner, do you agree that collision with power lines is a source of injury and mortality for Sandhill cranes?
Yes.
And would you agree that the risk of collision is influenced by many factors?
Yes.
Would some of those factors include something like flock size?
I'm sorry, can you ask that question a different way? Are you asking if an avian species flock size contributes to increased risk of collision?
Yes, and specifically for sandhill cranes.
For sandhill cranes. They typically, well, I probably shouldn't get into weeds, but flock size, the fact that they do travel in flocks, I want to say it's approximately 12-ish birds oftentimes, at least in the Delta. That's sort of a typical feeding and roosting flock size. I might have that incorrect, but because they travel in flocks, that I would say yes, flock size is a contributing factor.
Okay. Would other contributing factors include weather conditions such as rain or fog?
Yes.
And would the density of power lines in a given area also contribute to the risk of collision with power lines?
It would depend on the area. Do you know what I mean by that? Like the characteristics of the landscape, location of roost sites. There, like you said, there are many contributing factors.
So holding all other factors constant, if there was an increased number of power lines in an area, would that contribute to a higher risk of collision with power lines in that area as compared to that same area without as many power lines?
Objection, vague and ambiguous, incomplete, hypothetical, assumes facts not in evidence.
You try again, Ms. Ralston, and be more specific.
Yes. So in a given roost site, holding all other factors constant, assuming the same weather conditions, the same flock size, anything else that's contributing to the risk of collision with power lines, if you introduced more power lines into that area, would there be an increased risk of collision with power lines?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to introduce more power lines.
I'm going to overrule. Ms. Gardner, you can answer to the best of your ability, which may mean you need more information. I don't know. You tell me. You're the expert.
I do feel like there could be a myriad of scenarios that you're describing. As a blanket statement, I would say not necessarily. It would depend on a lot of other factors that I don't think you could just say they would all be constant.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, could you please pull up page 5 of Ms. Gardner's testimony, exhibit DWR 900R? And could you scroll down to page 13, or sorry, paragraph 13? Yes, thank you. Ms. Gardiner, is it a fair characterization to say that your testimony indicates that there will be a new 20-meter above ground transmission line with the within the Sandhill crane winter use area?
Yes.
And if we could scroll to the following page, you state that this new transmission line will be connected to existing infrastructure, correct?
That's correct.
Am I correct in understanding the statement means that the new transmission line will be attached to at least one pre-existing utility pole?
The transmission line will be connected to an existing row of transmission lines. And it's connecting those lines to a substation.
So it will be multiple utility poles then that it will be attached to?
It would be one transmission tower
Okay.
in a row of existing towers.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And this will then increase the number of transmission lines in that given area, correct?
Yes, that is a new overhead 20-meter transmission line.
Okay. In paragraph 14 of your testimony, you list 4 other lengths of either power or SCADA lines in the Sandhill crane winter use area, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree that adding these additional power or SCADA lines to these existing poles and towers will increase the density of power and SCADA lines on these poles and towers?
What do you mean by density? Is the question, will adding
more lines on these existing poles and towers?
Will adding these lines put more lines on the poles and towers? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And in paragraph 15 of your testimony, you state that mitigation methods as recommended by the Avian Power Line Interaction Committee will reduce potential effects on Sandhill cranes in comparison to constructing a new alignment of towers and power lines, correct?
Correct. Yes.
As used in that sentence, can you elaborate on what you mean by the word reduce?
Lessen?
Okay. Is it fair to say then that reduce doesn't necessarily mean a complete reduction of sandhill crane mortality or injury at the sites where APLIC mitigation measures are used when installing these new DPC lines?
Objection misstates testimony.
Which part?
It's misstating what is written and what Ms. Gardner said. I can't, if I say it, then I will be accused of testifying. So.
Ms. Ralston, can you try it again? If there's a specific, well, let's see if you can try it again, please.
Yeah. In your definition of reduce, would it be fair to say that reduce does not necessarily mean a complete reduction of these potential impacts on sandhill cranes?
I think to clarify, yes, this is before the addition of line markers. So there could, there's existing transmission lines pose a threat. And so in order to avoid the new lines that are on those existing transmission lines that pose a threat to result in mortality, DWR would coordinate with the utilities to mark those lines, and those lines would need to be, or the markers would need to be visible under all conditions. So there's more mitigation added on top of that, if that makes sense. They're not just relying on co-locating the lines.
Mm-hmm. Talking about those bird flight diverters, in paragraph 15 again, is it fair to say that you suggest that these reduce the likelihood of sandhill crane mortality due to collisions then?
Yes.
One of the types of bird flight diverters that you call out on line 20, the near UV line markers.
Yes.
Do you agree that these types of bird flight diverters are more expensive than other types of bird flight diverters that you've mentioned, including glow in the dark markers?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
I couldn't tell you the exact cost. But they might be.
Okay.
I wonder, well, sorry, go ahead. I just wanted to add that I think, there's different costs like maintenance and replacement costs. And so one may be longer lasting than the other, and those factors would need to be considered.
Do you know if DWR has budgeted for these near UV line markers?
I'm not aware of DWR's budgets. I know that DWR has coordinated to understand more about how those markers work and where they can be installed. I don't know what their budget is.
Your testimony is limited to the effects of power and SCADA lines within a 3-mile radius of known roost sites, correct?
No, my testimony is not limited to that.
The specific examples that you provide in your testimony, the 4 that are listed in paragraph 14 and the new 20-meter line, are those all within a 3-mile radius of known roost and foraging sites?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
I understand. Sorry.
Do you know if there will be other power and SCADA lines outside of that 3-mile radius as part of this project?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to comparison with roost sites.
Ms. Morris, I'm sorry. Did the question include a comparison with roost sites?
Maybe I didn't understand the question, but it seemed to be asking if there's going to be other locations of SCADA and lines, and I think it's vague and ambiguous of the question in comparison to roost sites or just in the project in general. I'm asking for clarity because the question's vague.
Fair enough. Ms. Ralston, can you clarify that?
So the examples that Ms. Gardiner has provided in her testimony relate to within a 3-mile radius of roost sites. For this project, Ms. Gardiner, are you aware if there will be any power or SCADA lines outside of that 3-mile radius from roost sites?
Yes, there are overhead lines, at least one associated with the Bethany complex, which is approximately 16 miles south of the nearest roost site, if that helps.
Mhm. Are you aware of any others matching that same description?
That's the only overhead. Those are the only other overhead lines I can recall are associated with Bethany.
Okay. Do you agree, though, that sandhill cranes can and do fly further than 3 miles from their roost sites?
They can fly, yeah, they migrate long distances, absolutely. The 3 miles is based on the fact that they're very strongly tied to their roost sites and they're trying to gain energy, for migration and for producing eggs for the breeding season. And so they rarely travel farther than 3 miles as an average daily flight distance. We're talking about those commuting flights where they're flying, they're not doing a very high elevation traveling flight. So that's the reason for that distance.
Okay. But given this migration and that the 3 miles is an average for the day, there would be some non-zero chance that one of the sandhill cranes could come into contact with a power or SCADA line outside of that 3-mile radius from the roost sites, correct?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical.
In migrating and covering longer distances.
When they're migrating, I don't know if you've observed them, but you can see them when they're really moving south or north. They're above transmission line. They're really high up there. So it's really more about them using the landscape between their roost sites and their foraging sites.
I'd like to move on to your analysis of habitat loss. On page 4, paragraph 9, line 16 of your testimony, you list multiple sources that you relied on for modeling roost sites, correct?
Correct.
I'd want to walk through each of those.
Okay.
Looking at Ivy 2013, did you produce this document?
Let me just. Oh, Ivy 2013 is not a document. That is Dr. Ivy's, it's a shape file of his initial roost sites that he mapped. So it's not a document. It's in the administrative record of the EIR. They treat the data files separately. So if it's a GIS file or geographic information systems file, it's not treated the same way as a document.
Okay. And you have a footnote saying that the GIS file is available upon request, correct?
Yes.
And I am assuming that you did request the GIS files from this, correct?
Oh, I
Objection,
think I
misstates
misunderstood.
testimony.
Yeah, so it sounds like let's step back a little, Ms. Ralston, one step back about, it sounds like there may be some confusion here.
Yeah, I apologize. I think I misunderstood your first question. I thought you meant, did I produce that as a exhibit? We use the shape files to develop our habitat models. So am I answering your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
And hearing Officer Kinsey, if Ms. Ralston wants the GIS files, we are happy to produce them. The note is that if people want them, we will produce them, but because they're electronic data, they were not produced as an exhibit.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. Back to you, Ms. Ralston.
Thank you. Turning to DWR 908, can you explain how you used this document?
Yes, let me just quickly look up which one that is. 9008.
It looks like, no, 908. We just pulled it. Ms. Mullen just pulled it up for you.
Oh, thank you.
She's fast.
Okay. Yes, this document shows similar polygons to Dr. Ivy's roost polygon layer. If you scroll down, there's a figure that shows the approximate location, probably on the second page, first or second page. Keep going. That's the one.
Were there any associated GIS files with this paper?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
If there were, I did not access them.
Okay. Looking next to DWR 909. And scrolling down to the figure. Thank you. Can you describe what this map shows?
Yeah, this is survey data from DWR biologists of Sandhill crane surveys that they were conducting. I had to look at my testimony to remember, but between 2017 and 2019, and it identified a roost site. The roost site circled is a temporary roost site where they had observed cranes that wasn't in Dr. Ivy's GIS layer. So we added that into our model.
Okay. And is the light blue circle, is that something that you added?
No, I think the biologist circled it so that
okay,
it was obvious where it was, although it is labeled.
Okay. And what construction work will be performed on or in this area depicted?
Are you referring to restoration activities for the compensatory mitigation plan?
I'm referring to within the bounds of this map, what sorts of construction might take place for this project?
I don't know that there's any associated with the actual project. I believe there is um, what do you call it? Levee reinforcement. It's not the right term, but levee improvements.
Okay.
And then there will be some compensatory mitigation sites, primarily for wetlands on Bolton Island. Actually, I don't think there's any construction on Bolton Island with this alternative or with the project. I think that was a previous alternative that was being considered.
Again, were there any associated GIS files with this document?
No. We just created a polygon and added it to our habitat model based on that rectangle.
Okay. And finally, looking at DWR 910.
Oh, yes. This was
I'm sorry, is there a question pending?
I was going to ask, this is a series of correspondences that discuss a shapefile, correct?
yes, this was me requesting from CDFW and Staten Island biologists if they were aware of any updated roost sites or additional locations or changes since the original data that was collected by Dr. Ivy.
Okay. And did you receive the shapefile that's discussed in these correspondences?
Yes.
And is that shapefile available for review somewhere?
That is in the GIS data of our habitat model. So we took that data to update our roost site layers. So it's in the habitat model.
So taking all of those shape files, JS files, and maps that we looked at, the roosting site modeling that you conducted then was based on studies or files ranging from 2002 to 2013 and from 2017 to 2020, correct? And this should be
Yes.
in DWR 900R. So that would be roughly 18 or 14 years of data, depending on whether or not you discount the lack of data from 2014 to 2016, right?
I'm not sure exactly what you're asking.
So taking from 2002 to 2013, there'd be 11 years of data, correct?
Correct.
And then from 2017 to 2020, there would be an additional 3 years of data. So
Yes.
So 11 and 3 would be 14 years of data total, right?
Yes.
Okay. So In your opinion, how many years is needed to have a reliable and complete scope of roosting sites for sandhill cranes?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to reliable and complete.
Go ahead.
No, sorry.
I was going to overrule it and allow Ms. Gardner as the expert to caveat as appropriate. So I believe the response, you may be thinking, Ms. Gardner, and you're welcome to think.
No, I was waiting to see what was happening. It's a complicated question in some ways, or so they're very traditional to their roost sites, right? So the permanent roost sites really are considered permanent because they're regularly managed for sandhill cranes every year. They're available. And then the temporary roost sites, and many of them are also on protected reserves. And then with a lot of the temporary roost sites, with the exception of Staten Island, they're not all available every year. So it's more important where, like, we modeled where they could be roosting. It's certainly a conservative analysis because not only is not every temporary roost site available every year, depending on how it's being managed for water or crop type, but also, I mean, they're not used the entire winter either, right? These cranes are moving through the Central Valley. They come into the Delta, and they may have a site that they're more inclined to use in January when there's more water on it, and they don't use it in November. Or so I don't think the number of years of study would really affect the model. Much of this is privately owned property. And I think that's why we rely on these studies that have been conducted, because they provide the best available information that we have.
With that in mind, that there are temporary roost sites that aren't used every year, looking at only 1 year of data wouldn't necessarily create a accurate depiction of all temporary roost sites, correct?
I guess it would depend how comprehensive your survey was that year, how much area you had access to, and what time of year you'd been out there, and how many months you surveyed.
But generally speaking, the more data you have, the better and more reliable your modeling is going to be, correct?
The more data you have, like, I think that's what I was trying to describe, right? Is the types of data that would be the most useful.
On page 5, paragraph 12 of your testimony on DWR 900R, you state that DWR plans to begin habitat assessments and surveys at construction sites 1 year prior to beginning construction, correct?
Yeah, at least 1 year prior.
Okay. So that means that DWR will have 1 year of data for roosting sites at these construction sites prior to beginning its work, correct?
No, I mean, do you mean if they just started from scratch and ignored the data that went into the modeling?
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to be happening. I mean, we know where some of these cranes are, right? We know these are roost sites that are used. We're not limiting the surveys to just the model though. So because there isn't easily available access to these properties where cranes may be, the surveys will survey all work areas, not just the model. So it will be incorporating both.
Okay. On PDF page 12 of your slide deck, labeled DWR 901R.
Would you like us to go there?
Yes,
901R.
please.
Thank you, Ms. Mullen.
You titled the slide Temporary Habitat Loss and Restoration, correct?
Correct.
As used in that context, can you define what you mean by temporary?
Yes. So temporary impacts are impacts that the duration is less than 1 year. And then those impacts would be restored to pre-disturbance conditions within 1 year.
Okay.
So we treated permanent impacts as any impact that had a duration of greater than 1 year.
Okay. And that was going to be my next question. Going to that slide, page 11, PDF page 11 of the slide deck. For the temporary roost sites, can you describe where those 3.65 acres of impacted land are located?
Yes, it's down on Lower Roberts Island. And I believe there's some overlap with, I believe it's an access road improvement and undergrounding some SCADA and power lines. So they're some temporary work areas. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. We're talking about permanent. That it is Lower Roberts Island, and that was from I believe it is an access road. And I'm trying to remember if I'm just trying to remember what I think there was an access road. That's right. That's a temporary work area, but because of the duration that it would be greater than a year in duration. And I'm sorry, it's been a few years since I wrote the final EIR, but there's access road, and I think there could even be a rail for transport of reusable tunnel material.
Likewise, under foraging habitat, you list 1,350.21 acres of impacted land. Can you describe where that land is located?
That's distributed a little more evenly throughout the project area. There's some certainly from the intakes. There's the shaft locations along the alignment, road improvements. I think there's a levee improvement area on Lower Roberts as well that impacts foraging habitat. Those are the primary. If you could pull up in chapter 13, the impact analysis describes the features, and there's an appendix that also lists the features, but those are the larger impacts, the primary impacts on foraging habitat.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, it's part sort of associated, but the reusable tunnel material as well, we treated that as permanent.
And on this slide for both temporary and foraging habitat, these impacted lands are mitigated at a minimum ratio of 1-to-1, correct?
Sort of, yes, except that for roosting habitat, well, for both of them, we have a minimum patch size requirement, to ensure that the mitigation is beneficial for the species. So the minimum requirement for impacts on roosting habitat is actually 40 acres. So that's more like a 10-to-1 ratio almost. And then the foraging habitat, yes, is at a ratio of 1-to-1 with management requirements for both patch size and locations and considerations, and then managed in high to very high foraging value.
In drawing your conclusions on the habitat loss compensation, did you rely on any research indicating that sandhill cranes actually use mitigated habitat?
Yes, sandhill cranes are managed. Let me think how to say this clearly. Similar strategies have been successful.
And can you elaborate on what sources indicate that?
Other species experts helped develop these mitigation measures as well, including, refuge and state agency biologists. Many are current members of the technical advisory committee. And for foraging habitat especially, managing foraging habitat and very high value crops has been used. They go, the sandhill cranes have they're used to this changing landscape. So it's a bit of a paradox because while they're very tied to their habitat and their roost sites, not everything is available in any given month or year. There could be delayed flooding. There could be, changes in crop rotation. And so This type of mitigation works very well for sandhill cranes and is these are recommended practices.
Moving on to the noise related impacts, Ms. Mullen, if you wouldn't mind pulling up DWR 900R again and scrolling to page 9, paragraph 22. Thank you. Ms. Gardiner, as you mentioned earlier, sandhill cranes can be disturbed by noises, correct? A number of them?
Yes.
Yes. At paragraph 22, you established that noise disturbances over 50 decibels will be mitigated, correct?
That's correct.
So is it fair to say that 50 decibels is the threshold for when noise disturbances are expected to have some negative impact on sandhill crane roosting and foraging behaviors?
Objection, misstates testimony.
Is this 50 decibels threshold the threshold for when there are expected to be negative impacts on sandhill crane roosting and foraging behavior?
No. So 60 decibels is sort of a typical standard consideration for noise impacts for avian species. The 50 decibels originated with that was an initial measure developed through working groups for the Bay Delta Conservation Plan. And so, because of the nature of that project, you need to show that you can contribute to recovery. It's not mitigation, it's contributing to recovery. So it's a very conservative, using the 50 decibels is a very conservative threshold, even for sandhill cranes, as described in the testimony of Jason Volk. It's the sound of a dishwasher in another room. It's a quiet threshold, or a conservative threshold. Conservative, it's a quiet sound level. And so, but we've kept that measure because it is a little contradictory that that there are areas, especially high food value areas, which are so attractive to cranes, that they're considered a pest species in some areas, and they become accustomed to hazing, using very loud sound pyrotechnics, and it's worth it to them to have that high value crop. So because there's so much, there's just a lot of contradiction with respect to how they would respond. And so DWR has kept that very conservative 50 decibel measure, just in case, if construction related noise, even at that level, is unsuitable, that's why they're providing alternate habitat.
Okay. In slides 14 through 25 of your slide deck, if Ms. Mullen, if you could pull up slide 14 from GWR 901R, thank you. So starting here and going through slide 25, your slide deck details your noise impact analysis on Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge, correct?
That's correct.
Did you analyze noise-related impacts in other areas?
Yes. Yeah, the noise analysis in the final EIR is for the entire study area.
But in this testimony, there's only the Stone Lakes, correct?
This testimony was focused on Stone Lakes because that was the subject of the protests, and it's also, you know, an area of larger impact.
Okay. And going back to 900R, if you could pull that up, Ms. Mullen. You talked about the pyrotechnics that are used to haze sandhill cranes. And on page 9 of your testimony, you state that cranes may be able to acclimatize to noise disturbances similar to this, correct? And to support that statement, you provide a footnote on line 6, footnote 3, which links out to 4 different websites, correct?
That's correct. Those were publications and technical reports that were available.
Would you agree that these sources discuss noise acclimatization in the context of reactions to propane cannons or other pyrotechnic scare devices?
Yes.
And do you agree that none of these sources address the effects of long-term construction noises in the context of acclimatization?
Yes, that was more to try to provide, you know, again, because we don't have data on pile driving and sandhill cranes. So part of my analysis was trying to look at either existing, you know, loud, sporadic noises that were available, and also, you know, also the reason I looked for information about gunshots and hunting, and just trying to find all the information we had to fold it into the analysis.
But to confirm, you did not look at any research regarding construction noises because that research doesn't exist, correct? Okay.
Not that I'm aware of.
On page 12 of your testimony, at paragraph 30, you state that pile driving will begin prior to Sandhill cranes returning to the Delta, which would either result in pile driving ending before they return or a baseline disturbance prior to their arrival, correct?
I'm sorry, are you on line 14?
Lines 15 through 17.
With the caveat of feasibility, yes.
Okay. Did you rely on any research indicating that baseline disturbances do not affect sandhill crane roosting or foraging behavior?
No, but typically for we use that as a minimization measure, especially for avian species. And, more often I've used it for impacts on nesting species, where if there's an unknown an exact unknown effect of construction, it may be that an individual or a pair chooses to. So I'm using a nesting example because it's what I have often used in the past, but so I should reframe it to sandhill cranes. But the reason to have construction, if it has to happen during the season when the cranes are in the delta and may be present, creating that baseline disturbance gives them the opportunity to choose to use that habitat or not. Or do you understand what I mean? It's like the disturbance is already in place. So they're not arriving, selecting a habitat, and then the disturbance happens, which we try to avoid if possible. And that's why we put that in our measures. And that was that measure was also incorporated into the final EIR in response to CDFW comments. They requested that that be added.
So is it fair to say then that a baseline disturbance might potentially deter a sandhill crane from using a particular roost or foraging site?
It may, or it may not, but it's allowing the individual or group to I don't want to anthropomorphize them too much, but to make a choice based on all the available information. So it's typically preferable to have that disturbance in place and have that be part of how they're determining if it's going to be suitable habitat, rather than have them choose suitable habitat and then have a new disturbance. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you. Okay. On page 13 of your testimony at paragraph 31, you suggest that DWR will use noise barriers that are able to reduce pile hammer noise impacts by anywhere from 8 to 23 decibels, correct?
Yes, that's correct. That is referring to the testimony of Jason Volk, who's our noise specialist.
Okay. So if the effect was a dampening of 8 decibels, then noises at the roost or foraging sites louder than 58 decibels would not be effectively mitigated, correct? They would still rise above that 50 decibel threshold.
Can you ask that question one more time, please?
Yes. If there were noise-related impacts at a roosting or foraging site that were 58 decibels, and the noise barriers were only able to dampen the noise by 8 decibels, you would have a resultant 50 decibels at the site, correct?
Yes.
So in that scenario, the 50 decibel threshold would have been met and the noise impacts would not have been effectively mitigated, correct?
I think I'm confused because if the sound is less than, if the noise level is less than, is 50 decibels or less, then I wouldn't characterize that as a noise impact.
So we can change it. Sorry.
That's okay. I'll wait for your question.
We could change it and say 59 decibels, and then it's dampened by that 8 decibels so that we're at 51 decibels, which is higher than the 50 decibel threshold, correct?
That's correct.
So in that scenario, the overall sound would still not have been mitigated despite having the noise barrier, correct?
Objection misstates testimony.
Ms. Gardner, I'll let you answer the question, but if you need more clarification, I think we're all just trying to work through this. Go ahead.
If I'm understanding you correctly, if in your hypothetical, the sound of construction is 51 decibels in sandhill crane roosting or foraging habitat, was that your example?
With the noise barrier in place. So if the noise barrier is taking down a 59 decibel sound to 51 decibels.
Mm-hmm.
In that scenario, at the site, the noise barrier is not effectively mitigating the construction sounds to below a 50 decibel threshold, correct?
That's correct. That's the scenario in which the noise is greater than 50 decibels. And so DWR would be providing alternate habitat that the sandhill cranes could use.
Okay. And the same would apply for the higher end of the spectrum where it blocks 23 decibels. If it were, say, 74 decibels and we dampened 23, we'd still be at 51 decibels. Correct?
Correct. Yes. Under that scenario, DWR would be providing alternate habitat for the sandhill cranes.
Okay.
And that habitat would be available one winter crane use season prior to the impact. Sort of to get to your baseline question again, so that it's there for them to use the year before, and it will be there the year of the impact.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ralston. Ms. Carroll.
Yes, I was just going to ask about the order of cross-examination to continue. It's my understanding that Ms. Meserve is not available tomorrow. So I was wondering what we could do to avoid any dead time.
My understanding is Ms. Meserve is available tomorrow. So let's speak with Ms. Meserve. Can you clarify, please?
Yes, no problem. Yeah, I'm sorry. The other conflict I had, Ms. Carroll, was on Friday afternoon. So I think I'll work with the other cross-examiners to make sure that I can do, get through what you have made available. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. And thank you, Ms. Carroll, for staying on top of this. I also have an interest in keeping this moving forward. So thank you for that. What I propose is we go ahead and take a 10-minute break. When we return, we would pick up with Mr. Schutz. So I will see you at 2:16. Thank you. All right, welcome back. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am ready. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And hello, Mr. Schutz. Good to see you.
Good afternoon.
And I see we have Ms. Carroll, we have Ms. Gardiner, and we have Dr. Greenwood. So with that, I will hand things over to you for your questions, Mr. Schutz.
Thank you very much. I don't have any questions for Dr. Gardiner or Ms. Gardiner. I don't recall which it is. I have questions only for Dr. Greenwood. Good afternoon, Dr. Greenwood. Could we please pull up Dr. Greenwood's testimony? That's DWR 800R and turn to page 4. Thank you. And Dr. Greenwood, if we'd scroll down a little, please. Sort of looking at lines 16 and so forth down on page 4 here, you generally describe that the effects of entrainment from the South Delta diversions with the Delta Conveyance project would be generally similar or perhaps slightly less than under the no project alternative. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, Dr. Gruden, you may be thinking, or we may not be able to hear you. I can't tell. No, we cannot.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
My apologies. My answer was that's correct.
Thank you. So Dr. Greenwood, other than this possibly slight advantage of reduced entrainment, is it your testimony that the Delta Conveyance project would improve conditions for fish? Or is your testimony limited to your opinion that the Delta Conveyance project would not have unreasonable negative effects on fish?
I would say my assessment in this testimony is really focused on whether effects of the project would be unreasonable.
So you're not ascribing particular benefits to fish from the project, is that correct?
I think I just note in this example, something that would be potentially less of a negative effect, but I'm not sure that I don't recall instances of mentioning benefits.
Thank you. Dr. Greenwood, is it your opinion that carriage water that is used to offset some of the Delta exports from the South Delta diversions creates a net positive effect, a net negative effect, or a neutral effect on fish in the Delta?
I'm not sure about net, use of the term net. Certainly it's a factor that I think explained some of the potential effects from Delta Conveyance project based on the analyses that I conducted, focusing, I think, in particular on changes to flows in the summertime in particular, so somewhat less outflow as a result of differences in carriage water requirements.
So first, let's break that down. First, your testimony is that if there was less carriage water deployed in the summer because more diversions would take place from the North Delta diversions, would the fact that there would be less Delta outflow have a negative effect on fish, or no effect on fish, or a positive effect on fish?
It is, of course, dependent on the different fish species, but there were instances of potential negative effects that I noted in the analyses, limited negative effects.
And can you describe a limited negative effect, for example, on longfin smelt?
I'm not sure necessarily on longfin smelt. I was thinking more of potential negative effects on delta smelt as a result of less delta outflow because of the carriage water difference.
Sorry, I apologize for interrupting. And concerning delta smelt, what in your view would be the negative effect of reduced carriage water in the summer on delta smelt?
I have to look back at my testimony just to be sure of describing the mechanism, but primarily, based on my recollection, it would be potential small negative effects on either the habitat or else on the species based on observed relationships between outflow and delta smelt indices of or survival.
And would some of the negative effect relate to changes in the location of the low salinity zone in the delta?
That may partly be the case. I think that could be part of the case, although I think in the analyses that we've done, we do note that the Delta Conveyance project would be needing to meet existing regulatory requirements that are aiming to address potential effects in the summer-fall, such as summer-fall habitat actions that are addressing that. So while it may be a negative effect, it's limited, and also mitigation is proposed to address potential negative effects.
So, Dr. Greenwood, isn't one of the proposed mitigation measures, or simply a delta of a diversion criterion, that in the months of July, August, and September, there would need to be South Delta exports at or above 3,000 CFS before North Delta diversions could begin. Isn't that correct?
Sorry, a mitigation measure for the types of effects we were just talking about with respect to delta smelt?
I'm not sure it's a mitigation measure. It simply isn't one of the diversion criteria that South Delta diversions would need to be at or above 3,000 CFS in the months of July, August, and September in order prior to allowing North Delta diversions.
I believe that's an operational criterion. I'd have to check the documents just to be certain it's referring to those particular months, but that sounds correct based on my recollection. I'm not sure. I think you raised it in relation to operational criteria for summer related effects, which I think my understanding is that's more of a South Delta water quality type focused criterion, as opposed to, for example, as we were just speaking of, potential effects on delta smelt.
So if not delta water quality that would be changed by that criterion, or changes in carriage water, if it's not water quality, what would be the mechanism by which there would be an effect on delta smelt, either from the 3,000 CFS minimum or the change in carriage water?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
Sure. Let's break it down. You stated that the primary purpose of the 3,000 CFS minimum was not for fish, but rather was for delta water quality. Yet I understood you to say previously that there would be changes in outflow or potentially the low salinity zone relating to changes in carriage water. I'm trying to crosswalk the changes in the effects on fish, either from a positive effect, perhaps from the 3,000 CFS flow requirement at the South Delta, or a negative effect from the reduction of carriage water, and trying to understand what the mechanism is that would cause a change if it's not a change in water quality.
Objection, incomplete, hypothetical, vague and ambiguous as to mechanism.
The mechanism by which there would be a negative or positive effect on fish.
I think it's a fair question. Dr. Greenwood, you can cabin your response as appropriate.
I would say my focus has been on delta outflow related effects in the context of delta smelt, for example, as we were discussing, and then having observed results of the modeling, coordinating to understand with the operational modelers really what was the driver for that type of effect. And so carriage water is, or differences in carriage water is, I think, among the main mechanisms based on my understanding. I think that possibly among others is discussed in the final EIR and other documents as far as getting into the mechanism driving the differences.
All right, thank you. Going back to the 3,000 CFS minimum requirements for the months of July, August, and September before North Delta diversions could occur. Is it your view that similar requirements in October and November would have a similar effect on fish as the July through September requirements?
Specifically for 3,000 CFS?
Correct.
It would likely depend on factors such as hydrological conditions.
And can you give us an example of what hydrological conditions or changes would influence the effect of diversions requirements in October and November?
I think I was speaking sort of generally as to whether there was, for example, more or less riverine flow, for example, relative to the exports. I wasn't really thinking of specific scenarios, just generally.
And generally, if there were more, and these are the terms you put it, if there was more riverine flow, would a minimum requirement in the South Delta in October and November have more or less effect on fish?
Objection, incomplete, hypothetical.
it wasn't a hypothetical. He stated that the effect on fish was dependent on the riverine flow. I'm trying to understand how the relationship works. Does more riverine flow create more effect, positive or negative, from the 3,000 CFS minimum, or does less riverine flow create more effect, positive or negative?
Still an incomplete hypothetical as it only refers to one factor and there are other several hydrodynamic factors.
Well, let's allow Dr. Greenwood to answer the question.
So just to recap the question, it was with more or less flow, riverine flow, would the effects of 3,000 CFS generally be more or less?
Correct.
I would say, generally speaking, that more riverine flow would probably be less of a South Delta effect, but that's just me. That's without considering specific modeling of that situation.
Understood. Thank you. And thank you for your answer. Dr. Greenwood, in preparing your testimony, how, if at all, did you consider the State Water Board's 2010 Delta Flow Criteria report?
I'm not sure that I specifically considered that report within my testimony. I think the sources that I cite within my testimony are referencing for example, ongoing process that I think that the updates to water quality control plan, that 2010 report is part of the considerations for. So I would say not explicitly in the testimony, but those types of things are referenced in the source materials.
Thank you. Dr. Greenwood, between the time the incidental take permit was issued and the time that you issued revised testimony was about a week's time. Is that correct?
I believe that's about correct.
So, Dr. Greenwood, did you have some kind of advance notification of what the diversion criteria were going to be in the incidental take permit, or did you simply get a document complete and have to develop your additional testimony exclusively within that 1 week?
The revisions to my testimony were based on the document as issued by CDFW. So that's how I was developing the information, as well as using the modeling of the criteria that had been provided, as I note in my testimony, by Mr. Singh of DWR.
Did Mr. Singh, and it was my understanding that someone at the Department of Fish and Wildlife actually performed the modeling for the incidental take permit. Am I mistaken in that impression?
Objection calls for speculation.
To the best of your knowledge, Dr. Greenwood.
Can you repeat the question so I can be sure to answer it?
Do you know who performed the modeling for the incidental take permit? If you stated, I believe, that it was Mr. Singh, and I had thought that it had been someone at the Department of Fish and Wildlife. If you know, could you tell us who it was?
An objection vague and ambiguous as to whether we're talking about the IT ITP permit or the ITP run that was produced in this proceeding?
So maybe that's a good place to start. When you're referring to the ITP modeling, Mr. Greenwood, Dr. Greenwood, excuse me, are you referring to the modeling for the incidental take permit application or for the incidental take permit itself?
Same objection that the the modeling run that you're asking about is either for the ITP that was issued or the modeling run that was produced by Mr. Singh in this proceeding.
I think the question was neither of the, or was a different question. Mr. Schutz, maybe can you ask your question again?
Just
We'll see.
asking Dr. Greenwood which one it was that he reviewed in preparing his revised testimony and who prepared it, if he knows.
So the information that I summarize in
And
my
I think
test.
that's to you, Dr. Greenwood.
Do you not hear me?
I do.
Okay. So the analysis, so the calcium 3 modeling information that I summarized was provided to me by Mr. Singh, and to my knowledge was conducted by Mr. Singh based on the ITP operational criteria and the assumptions that I think he outlined in his testimony. And then I compared that to similar calcium modeling outputs from the final EIR and also from the ITP application, again, both of which were conducted by DWR or members of the DWR modeling team, which included sub-consultants.
So that gets to one of my questions that I was going to ask later, but since we're here, I'll ask it now. On pages 32, I believe, to 43 of your testimony, you present a number of figures regarding that show potential changes in flow on a sort of month-by-month water year type by water year type basis under the ITP. Did Mr. Singh prepare that information and give it to you, or did you prepare that information based on what was given by Mr. Singh?
I prepared that information based on what was provided to me by Mr. Singh.
I see. And how did you develop the table that we're looking at here and that continues for 11 pages?
I took the calcium modeling outputs that Mr. Singh provided to me, which were in an Excel workbook, wherein you can select different output locations. I selected the ones that I was interested in based on the general description I provide in my written testimony. And then I calculated the averages in spreadsheet of the different outputs by month and water year type.
Thank you. That's helpful. Ms. Kenzie, I submitted a potential exhibit an hour or two ago. Did the AHO receive it?
I believe we did.
And if you would pull that up, please, I would appreciate it.
Is this what you were expecting, Mr. Schutz?
No, it is not. The document I'm looking for is a 2024 paper by Polanski et al.
There we go.
There we are. There we are. Dr. Greenwood, do you recognize this this paper?
I believe I've seen this paper.
Okay, could we turn to page 11, please? And I'm sorry I wasn't able to highlight this for some reason, so we're going to have to bear with me. If you could zoom in on the bottom part of the, that's very good right there. If you could just zoom in, please. I'm looking at the right-hand column, the last sentence at the bottom of the first full paragraph that starts, "This implies." Dr. Greenwood, would you review that sentence and tell me when you are done, please?
I've read it.
So the sentence says that outflow after June may be the mechanistic driver of delta smelt survival and so forth. Do you generally agree or disagree or not have an opinion about this conclusion that's drawn in this paper?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to the conclusion and throughout the paper, or the one that
No, the one that's
Dr.
there
Greenwood just
stated,
read?
the one that he just read that's stated in this sentence.
Certainly my recollection, I think of this paper or perhaps earlier papers using similar methods. They did find correlations between delta smelt survival and I believe it was, well, summer outflow, generally July to June, July, August, I think was perhaps the period that they were looking at. So the results are as they are in terms of the paper. And this is a conclusion that they reached, which appears to be, based on my recollection, is supported statistically.
Thank you. So given this conclusion and your understanding of it, how does the potential reduction in delta outflow, does your opinion about the potential reduction in delta outflow in the months of July and August, is it changed in consideration of this conclusion? Is it stronger? Is it the same? Is it less strong?
Which conclusion are you speaking to?
The conclusion, sorry.
It was just my conclusion regarding, did you say the effects of delta outflow? Or which conclusion of mine were you specifically meaning?
The conclusion that the reduction in delta outflow due to reduced carriage water may have some negative effect on delta smelt.
Objection, misstates testimony.
Will you just try that question a different way, Mr. Schutz?
Dr. Greenwood, I understood you to say earlier in talking about reduced outflow in the months of July through September due to reduced carriage water because of the Delta Conveyance project, that there might be a slight negative effect on delta smelt. Did I understand that correctly?
I think I used words to that effect.
And my question is, in consideration of the conclusion in this paper, in this particular sentence, relating to outflow after June, does this conclusion change the strength of your opinion about the effects on fish due to the loss of carriage water in the months of July through September?
No, I wouldn't say that this changes my opinion. I mean, this paper, and I think similar papers, as I mentioned earlier, using essentially, I think, the same method. That formed a foundation for the part of the effects analysis that I'm citing in my testimony as far as the potential effects of the project. And to me, that was part of my conclusion for potentially significant effect in the AIR that required mitigation.
Thank you. Could we pull up Dr. Greenwood's testimony, DWR 800R, and turn to the bottom of page 2, please? And if we could focus in on the footnote. I'm looking at footnote 1. Dr. Greenwood, in footnote 1 on page 2 of your revised testimony, you state the criteria by which you describe reasonable protection, correct?
I do.
Dr. Greenwood, did you decide on that criteria on your own, or did you do so in consultation with others?
I decided upon that on my own.
Thank you. Could we scroll up to the top of page 2, please? There we go. And starting at line 2 and reading through that first sentence, you state here that adaptive management is one of the reasons for your general opinion, correct?
That's correct.
And if we could scroll down now to page 12 at the top of the page. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. Dr. Greenwood, beginning on line 3, you describe a series of studies that may be undertaken, correct?
That's correct. These are studies described in the ITP application.
Okay. Who would conduct those studies?
Those would be conducted by Department of Water Resources.
Okay. Now, if we scroll down to line 12, thank you. And here we talk about the fact that there would be performance measures for these studies, correct?
That's correct for the objectives outlined within the studies.
Thank you. And who would establish those performance measures?
I think those would be established by DWR in coordination with fisheries agencies.
And would that also be in coordination with the state water contractors?
I don't recall the specifics of who may be involved in that.
Okay. Would the establishment of these performance measures take place in a public process?
I'm not sure if it would be a public process. There may be if there's peer review, for example, facilitated by Delta Science Program, but I'm not sure if there would be a public process.
And here, and actually here is beginning at line 12, you state that failure to achieve performance measures could lead to a range of potential consequences, correct?
Correct in terms of consequences being potential management responses.
Thank you. Could we please pull up DWR 803 and turn to PDF page 323? And perhaps before we go down, Ms. Mullen, if you could just show everyone what this document is, I think that would help to refresh our memories. And if you'd scroll down a little more. Dr. Greenwood, are you familiar with this document?
I am.
And can you tell us generally what it is, please?
This is the incidental take permit application for the Delta Conveyance project.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if it's all of if there's perhaps one or more exhibits, or I don't recall if they're all in one PDF here, but this is
Well, it's a
certainly
very large PDF, so most of them are likely there. If we could turn to page 323, I'd appreciate it. And is it possible perhaps to make it a bit bigger? Thank you. So, Dr. Greenwood, this section in general describes the decision-making process for the adaptive management program or plan for the Delta Conveyance project. Is that generally correct?
I believe so. So specifically the OAMP.
Specifically, I'm sorry, the what?
The OAMP, as it's the acronym there. OAMP is Operations Adaptive Management Plan.
Mitigation plan, perhaps?
Yeah, I'd have to double check the acronym.
I would as well, thank you. And so if we could scroll down a bit, Ms. Mullen, we'll see the implementing agencies. And here's DWR and the fisheries agencies. And if we'd scroll down to the next page, please. We see the state water contractors. So those are the members of this committee who are sort of the part of the governance, correct?
That's what it says.
Okay. Now, if we scroll down to page 325, it's PDF, and it's just one more page, please. So here we have, and if you just focus on the decision-making process, and that's great. So, Dr. Greenwood, here it describes the decision-making process for adaptive management specifically, correct?
That's what I see, correct?
Okay. And it shows who would make adaptive management decisions, correct?
I'm just reading, just to clarify.
And actually, I think we just went through that before about the members of the OAMMP.
I think it's generally speaking to the the IICG and consensus of representatives within that.
Okay. And it states if there's not an agreement, an issue would be taken to the Delta Science Board. Is that correct? Or Delta Science Program.
It gives that as an example of ways of reviewing issues further.
And so it could be some other outside peer reviewer. Is that correct?
I would assume so.
But at the bottom of the section, it says there'd be a recommendation, but that opinion would be non-binding. Do you see that in the second to the last paragraph?
I'm not sure about, you said recommendation specifically.
Yes. Well, we could just read the second to last paragraph. And within they would take and then the third to the last paragraph, my understanding is that the process would be that there would be an outside peer review, the parties who were in dispute within one of these organizations, one of these decision-making bodies, the OAMMP or the IICG, would then present their views in writing, and there would be a non-binding opinion that was issued by a majority of whichever panel was making the decision. Does that seem correct to you? Is that the process you understand?
That's what that says.
And now at the end, it says DWR shall continue the panel opinions and provide a written response prior to final decision.
Sorry, was there a question?
So then the question would be, who makes the final decision?
Here, I don't think it's explicitly stating final decision. I think this decision-making process is, like you say, part of the adaptive management considerations, but there are also other considerations as well. For example, relating to ITP requirements and what that might specify regarding approval by CDFW, for example.
And in any of this adaptive management program, as it's described in this section, am I correct in believing that the State Water Board would not be part of the decision-making process about any adaptive management changes?
I don't recall there being specific mention of the State Water Board.
Thank you. Could we go back, please, to Dr. Greenwood's testimony, DWR 300R, and go to page 12? And I'm looking at line 12 specifically. So, Dr. Greenwood, these lines deal with failure to achieve performance metrics as you read down here. How would you propose to distinguish whether failure to achieve performance metrics were the results of DCP operations or of other factors?
Well, I would say the scientific studies that would be undertaken as part of this assessment, those would be set up to try and isolate the potential effects of Delta Conveyance project, for example. So having a baseline to compare to without the project, and then including the Delta Conveyance project as well. That would be the point of comparison. I think it will be important to try and capture any other factors that might be relevant to the different potential effects that are being looked at in such studies. I think this speaks to the ITP application, discussion of adaptive management. There's also, I think, more detail provided within the ITP as far as the different types of tools that would be used to address potential effects in the of the DCP in the scope of other things that could be affecting, and as you might look at with a life cycle model, for example. There's a number of different life cycle models that are mentioned in the ITP requirements.
Could we scroll down a bit, please, Ms. Mullen? And if we turn to the next page. So we're looking here both at near field and far field effects, correct? Because we're considering, for example, changes in the diversion criteria, correct?
Sorry, which part are we looking at?
So if we could scroll up to see the bottom of the previous page and the top of this one. And it's hard because there's that big old footnote there. But here at the bottom of the page, it's talking about refinements to bypass flow criteria, including consideration of monitoring information. My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the adaptive management plan would look at changes to the diversion criteria, correct?
It could do if that was suggested to be the driver of potential or the driver of effects that are observed with the studies. I give just examples here that are, like you say, examples for near field effects that I described earlier in the testimony. And then I think I believe this is speaking perhaps to more far field related things.
Right. So you suggested that it would be important to try to separate out factors that were specific to the DCP and other factors relating to other aspects of operations in the Delta. Can you give us an example of how one would tease out those factors?
I can give an example. So for example, for through delta survival effects for juvenile salmonids, moving downstream, entering the delta, moving downstream past the intakes, potentially, passing the intakes and then moving further downstream and through the delta. So there's a sort of broad scale overall delta type effect for the overall survival through the delta. But then there's also potential reach specific effects that could occur as a result of, let's say, potential exposure to near field effects near the screens. And so the studies would be set up in a way that so that for through delta survival, we would have that as an overall outcome to look at, but there would also be, I think, specific a survival by reaches, including the reaches with the intakes. So it could then be assessed, would there be a significant change in survival within a reach that has the intakes, for example, from which we could infer that there was an effect of the Delta Conveyance project, given that the facilities were there with the project and not there without the project. So I think it's that type of thing.
But you're really talking about near field effects in that discussion, weren't you?
In that particular example, I was considering both near field and far field effects, really. That reach specific examples may be a bit more of the near field, but I would say it's considering far field as well. So I think far field is when we get down into considering the effects, again, reach by reach. Can we isolate factors farther downstream that are as a result of the DCP? So perhaps are there effects on hydrodynamics, changes to flows that are entering junctions that may lead to pathways with relatively lower or higher survival compared to existing conditions. And that's the type of thing that I think was envisaged as part of the adaptive management as laid out in the ITP application. And then the ITP conditions of approval include, as I read it, more detail on those types of concepts for some of the requirements of different studies that would be included.
But I mean, it's one thing to compare things to a baseline today on paper, but if you're actually comparing actual operations, you don't have a baseline to compare it to anymore because you're operating the Delta Conveyance project. Is that not true?
Well, I think a key element of the adaptive management program or the studies in the conditions of approval within the ITP is that studies are to be done within the baseline period leading up to operations of the project.
I see.
So that will generate, to the extent that there isn't already information, that will generate the additional information to which the comparisons can be made, and with the intent of isolating the effect of the Delta Conveyance project.
So is your view that the adaptive management plan would cover pre-operation of the Delta Conveyance project, pre-operation and early year operation, or pre-operation, early year operation, and later operation?
I think timelines or potential timelines are laid out in the study plan that's an attachment to the adaptive management plan program information that's in the ITP application. And I think depending on the study, it lays out the sort of overlap with the different phases of the project, as you mentioned. So I'd probably need to look at the specifics of the diagram that gets into that, but I think it does cover different periods of the type that you mentioned in your question.
All right, thank you. Could we please move down to page 24 of Dr. Greenwood's testimony and look at the footnote at the bottom of the page? And if you could blow that up for us, please, I would appreciate it, Ms. Mullen. So I'm looking at footnote 50, Dr. Greenwood, and specifically where it says, specifically requiring DWR to ensure, and then there's a phrase after number 1. And I'll read it, and I'd like you to explain to me what it means, because I really don't understand it. It says, DCP construction and operations do not reach do not result in a greater than 0.22 probability of reducing catch per unit effort of young of the year white sturgeon more than 4% relative to baseline conditions. Can you unpack that for us and tell us what you're referring to there, please?
Yes, this is providing some detail on the ITP's condition of approval 11.117, as I referenced there in my testimony. So this white sturgeon biological criterion, number 1, this is essentially saying the catch per unit effort of young of the year white sturgeon. So this is a measure of an index of abundance of white sturgeon. I think this is, it may not specify. I would assume it's alluding to index of young of the year abundance developed from San Francisco Bay study trawling, and it's stating that the effects of Delta Conveyance project should not exceed 4%. So the catch per unit effort predicted should not be reduced below 4% at greater than a statistical probability of 0.22. And so that would be essentially using a statistical analysis, as I interpret it, using a statistical analysis, assessing whether the Delta Conveyance project would exceed that criterion there.
So the catch per unit effort refers to some kind of trawl that's conducted by one of the fish agencies?
Yes, that's my interpretation. I'm not sure that it's actually specified within the ITP, but given my general knowledge of the types of analyses that have been done, I would assume it's that. So it's, I believe it's CDFW that conducts that trawling San Francisco Bay study. Certainly interagency ecological program does. So I assume that's what it's referring to there.
So how would one determine if it would result in a greater than 0.22 probability of reducing the effort more than 4%? How would one go about making that determination?
Well, I believe, I think this particular condition of approval has the specifics on these biological criteria. It may cross-reference the types of tools that would be used for that. Actually, it does in the example of the second one I see underneath there, which is with a life cycle model. But there's different assessment tools that are available to look at the potential for different effects quantitatively. And so this is speaking to what I would assume is a quantitative analysis using one of those tools.
So some kind of life cycle model, is that your understanding, or something like that?
It may be a life cycle model, or it may be a partial, or not partial life cycle model, but a component of the life cycle model specific to that life stage.
So it's a desktop exercise of some kind, is that correct?
I think ultimately it's the actual statistical analysis, of course, would be a desktop exercise, but it would be, I think, informed by the types of studies that are actually giving information on the types of effects of the project as laid out in the ITP, for example.
And how would one know if one were meeting or one were not meeting this requirement?
Well, this would be given a comparison of scenarios. So a scenario with DCP and a scenario without DCP, so baseline conditions, then if based on the results of the analysis, this was exceeded, then it wouldn't be meeting based on this criterion.
All right. Thank you very much. I think that's all I have for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schutz. I think next on my list, I believe I have Ms. Meserve. We can please, I see you are already a panelist. Ms. Meserve, when you're ready, you're welcome to come on camera.
Thanks. I just need to grab my notes. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say we jumped in
Give
real
me-
fast. Why don't we
give
take
me
a
30
5-minute
seconds.
break? It's a good time for all of us. We can take a 5-minute break and then we'll come back and start with you. Let's return at 3:24. All right, welcome back. I'll look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have our witnesses and Ms. Carroll and Ms. Meserve. So I will hand things over to you, Ms. Meserve, for your questions.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. My name is Osha Meserve. I'm asking these questions on behalf of Friends of Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge, and I'm going to start with Dr. Gardiner. And I apologize, Dr. Gardner, if I end up asking questions you've already touched on or answered. I did miss some of the testimony, but anyway. Okay. I think you describe in your testimony that you were co-author for the EIR chapter on terrestrial biological resources. Is that right?
Yes.
And how did you determine the project impact area for greater Sandhill cranes in the EIR?
Are you asking, I just want to make sure I understand your question. The study area within which we considered impacts?
Right. Yeah, and I'm specifically getting to the issue of the distance of the roost sites from the foraging areas.
Right. Where are you asking where those distances came from, or the
Correct.
area of impact analysis in the FEIR?
I was asking how you determined what the correct impact area to consider would be.
So the final EIR analyzes impacts within the entire winter crane use area. The average flight distances were from Dr. Ivy's research.
And the EIR assumed that average was what?
The average flight distance for graders was approximately 1 mile, 1.9 miles, and for lessers approximately 3 miles. And then we used those to derive the foraging habitat models, which were doubled to 3 miles. And this is, I know you know this, but this is distances between roost sites and to determine foraging habitat. These average daily flight distances. So I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought for a minute. I knew where I was going. For the foraging habitat model, we doubled those flight distances. So for greater Sandhill cranes, the model considered impacted habitat within 3 miles of the roost sites, and for lessers, within 6 miles of the roost sites.
And what data source did you use for the known crane roost sites?
So that is in my testimony. The previously recorded roost sites. Shall I restate it again? This might have been part that you were not here for. Maybe I could summarize it for you or go through it again.
Well, let me ask you this. Was it from roost site data collected by Dr. Ivy from 2014?
Partially, it was partially collect data from Dr. Ivy, partially data from DWR biologists, And then we also requested input from CDFW and the Staten Island biologist.
Who was the Staten Island biologist?
Emily Wells.
And so you didn't look at iNaturalist for this determination?
For foraging habitat or?
For the roost sites.
No, we don't typically use iNaturalist as a data source.
Or did you look at eBird?
We look at eBird for some species that are not, I don't want to say not tracked in CNDDB, but where they're not, there aren't as many records.
And so you did look at CNDDB also?
Yes, we looked at CNDDB, but I don't believe CNDDB tracks roost sites for sandhill cranes.
Mm-hmm.
I really did rely on the expertise of the surveys and any updated information, because we do know that they're very traditional to their roost sites and where the cranes are typically in a given year based on areas that have been surveyed.
So just to be clear about the role of that 2014 study by Dr. Ivy, did you add any roost sites that were new and different from what was reflected in Dr. Ivy's research?
The Bolden Island roost site was new. That was one that had been that wasn't in Dr. Ivy's shape files. And I'm trying to recall. I believe Emily Wells, I can't 100% remember. I would have to check, but I think she might have added one as well. But I would have to go back and look to confirm.
Would it be fair to say that you primarily relied on the 2014 study?
Definitely for the permanent roost sites. And I think that was the study. I think that is fair to say, because that's the study that had the largest coverage and the largest access.
Yeah.
And
did you have any concerns with the fact that that study was, I guess, maybe 16 years old, or maybe it would be 18 years old at the time the draft TIR was circulated?
in some respects, it still represents the best available data that we have. And, many of those areas, well, I shouldn't say many, some of those areas are surveyed annually as well by CDFW and US Fish and Wildlife Service. So, but that is the best available data that we have.
Mm-hmm. And when you mentioned referring to DWR biologists, those biologists hadn't undertaken a study similar to what Dr. Ivy did in 2015, had they?
No, they were conducting surveys for sandhill crane on Bolden Island. I believe it was associated with a different project.
And then for the 3-mile distance, was that from the 2015 Ivy paper?
for the distance from the roost to foraging that was assumed in the EIR?
Yeah, it's consistent with Dr. Ivy's paper. It's
sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say it's also the distance that was used by Dr. Ivy or recommended by Dr. Ivy, and it's consistent with the winter crane use area in the Delta. For lessers, it's a little bit greater with the 6 miles.
And when you say it was recommended by Dr. Ivy, recommended for what?
Well, this was for earlier iterations of the model before we did the updates. It's the 2013 shapefile from Dr. Ivy. And he provided us with recommendations on foraging habitat as well. I'm trying to recall if he was certainly involved in model development.
And this was not specific to the Delta Conveyance project, however, was it?
That's correct. Yes. It was not. It's correct. It was not Delta Conveyance project. This was back in 2012, 2013.
Yes. And were you familiar with Dr. Ivy at that time?
Yes.
Could we look, please, Ms. Mullen, at it's from the responses to comments on the final EIR. So it's going to be exhibit AHO 1246. And it's on page 1158. I think that may be the page number at the actual bottom. I apologize. It's PDF page 64. Now, in Dr. Gardiner, in your work, you worked on the final EIR responses to comments in addition to the draft EIR biological resources chapter. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you see where the response says that which 5 kilometers is roughly 3 miles? Is that
miles? Yes.
Okay. Was reasonably prudent. You see that kind of at the top of the first paragraph of comment 34 there.
Yes.
Yeah. How did you determine that it was reasonably prudent when in relation to Dr. Ivy's research paper?
Because it encompasses the majority of daily flights based on his data, and it's consistent with distances that are used. I mean, it's consistent with the distances in the draft Sandhill crane conservation strategy. That the greater Sandhill cranes rarely fly more than 5 kilometers or 3 miles from roost sites to forage because they're so energetically tied to the roost sites. They don't want to expend more energy. I think Dr. Ivy has also stated that they rarely travel, more than 1 mile between a roost site and a foraging site. So they really are constrained by the location of the roost sites because that's the distance that they typically travel, which is
just looking at the DWR response, which did you write this response?
yes.
The response does say, as you suggested, that potentially 95% of greater sandhill cranes, for instance, stay within the 5 kilometers. But doesn't that leave out some portion of the population there? So it's
Well, the entire crane use area is captured in the analysis. So if a crane flies 5 miles, it's, that's still been considered. It's all within the modeled habitat for the sandhill cranes.
And then with the lesser sandhill crane, there would be 10% of the population would, according to Dr. Ivy's research, at least go beyond the 5 miles.
Within that winter crane use area?
The 6 miles, I'm sorry. Yeah.
That sounds consistent with that, and it is encompassed in the area that was analyzed.
So it doesn't, the way that this was analyzed, doesn't it potentially ignore the foraging habitat that both lesser and greater cranes may use that goes beyond the what you might call the typical distance?
Objection asked and answered.
Go ahead and clarify, Ms. Gardner.
I mean, the impact area for the project isn't limited to the, I want to make sure I'm understanding what you're saying. We focused on, or I focused the sandhill crane analysis on the area of greatest use by sandhill cranes. There is analysis that obviously extends outside of that for other species. In Swainson's hawk foraging habitat, which overlaps with sandhill crane foraging habitat, in that there are impacts that we considered that were outside of the winter crane use area, and those were analyzed and mitigated. So in that respect, I suppose if you're asking if there were any impacts or mitigation considered outside of that. Yeah.
That's what I think the concern being expressed in the comment is, that there's likely impacts based on the study, other studies by Dr. Ivy and others. So I'm just trying to establish what you relied on. I think if you go to the next page, if you don't mind, Ms. Mullen, discusses the 2015 study showing that sandhill cranes traveled 9 kilometers from the roost site sometimes. So so when you say it was analyzed, but you said it was for other species, so it sounds like you did use 3 miles as the outer limit in the EIR for impacts to foraging, didn't you?
Well, 6 miles because lesser sandhill crane and greater sandhill crane were both analyzed.
Okay. Let's see. So you did get questions about the fully protected species protections for greater sandhill crane. Because of that status, would you agree that the bar for avoidance and minimization measures would be higher than required for other species that don't have that same status?
Objection to the extent this calls for a legal conclusion.
Noted. Go ahead, Ms. Gardner, if you can answer.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't know what where we were going. Protections. Okay, I guess I could speak to this. I mean, there are listed species with rigorous mitigation requirements. But yes, I would say the avoidance certainly is required.
So would it be more avoidance than mitigation? The way you thought of it for your testimony?
Well, depending on if you're talking about, for CEQA purposes of less than significant or for fully protected status of avoiding take, they would have I would have different answers for those questions, I think. So mitigation for impacts on habitat, and certainly avoiding habitat where possible, and then avoiding impacts obviously on individuals it would be required.
And then let's see. So so you did apply a higher standard for greater sandhill cranes in your testimony than, well, you didn't analyze other species, so I'll just say then you would have for CEQA. It sounds like what you just said. Does that sound right?
I'm not sure I quite understood what you said. So I did analyze it for CEQA.
Yeah, I think your answer was fine. Thank you.
Okay, sorry.
Let's see. So in your, and we could take this exhibit down. Thank you so much, Ms. Mullen. So at the beginning of your testimony on page 2, you talk about comments from independent scientists from International Crane Foundation informing your testimony.
Yes.
And
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Informing the EIR. I misspoke.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
I did hear that part. And then with respect to collaboration, you mentioned critical feedback from CDFW. But would that critical review and feedback that you're referencing be in the ITP that was issued for the project?
No, sandhill cranes aren't covered species under an incidental take permit.
Okay, so we wouldn't look to the ITP to see that.
No.
Okay. And then would you say that in your opinion, the transmission line bird strikes would be the most likely threat to cranes from the project?
No.
Okay, what do you think is the most
likely threat to cranes then.
Is your question in the absence of mitigation or the project with the mitigation required to?
Let's start with in the absence of mitigation.
In the absence of mitigation, I would say just based on the novel types of noise being produced, especially with the construction of the intakes, where we don't have data of impacts on pile driving or specific data, especially within this region on construction related noise. I would say because of that uncertainty and also some of the contradictory information about responses to noise, that in my professional opinion was my biggest concern, obviously in the absence of the mitigation, which is would be in place.
Okay. And I do have some questions on noise, but I'll just proceed with the transmission line questions for now.
Okay.
So let's see. You on, and maybe at this point, maybe it would be good if you don't mind, Ms. Mullen, putting up Dr. Gardiner's testimony, which is DWR 900 revised. And I'm looking at the bottom of page 5. Thank you so much. On lines 22 to 23, you discuss the undergrounding and co-location with existing lines of the power lines, right?
Yes.
And it's mitigation measure bio 2C that addresses the undergrounding of transmission lines. Is that correct?
No, it's part of the project description, the location of all of the undergrounded transmission and then the supervisory control and data acquisition lines.
Okay. Isn't it true that the undergrounding of new lines needed for this project is only if feasible?
No, that's not correct. The project footprint and the project description shows all of the undergrounded SCADA and transmission lines and the 4 locations of the co-located lines, and then the one overhead 20-meter transmission line that's on Lower Roberts Island.
Okay. So it's your opinion that if it's in the project description that it would be undergrounded no matter what?
Yes, that's what I analyzed.
Okay. Yeah, it's just a little confusing to me because the wording of mitigation measure bio 2C clearly uses the word if feasible for all of the things that would happen, but you're saying that doesn't apply?
Undergrounding is part of the project description. So the majority of project lines are undergrounded as described in my testimony. Mitigation measure bio 2C is applies to other applic standards like marking lines. I would need to pull the measure up to remember the other details. There's buffers from sensitive habitat.
We could look at it if it's helpful, and maybe it would clarify this point. Ms. Mullen, that's GWR 804. And we're looking at page 48 of the PDF. And yeah, it's terribly small. If you go to the, maybe zoom into that where the number 2 is, if you would, please. And it says, it's talking about DWR coordinating with the electric utilities.
So there's,
And
I think,
so the part I was referring to, Dr. Gardiner, is DWR will require incorporation of the BMPs where feasible. And then item C and D refer to the co-location and marking on the.
I think that might be lower down in the measure. I don't think we're there yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. If we could scroll to the next page, and it's under 3C. So aren't all these things modified by the feasibility?
I'm just
Should
looking.
make it ambiguous as to all of what? I'm sorry, I'm not sure what we're looking at.
Yeah, sorry, it's the size of it makes it a little bit hard, but what I see is that, and what I was pointing Dr. Gardner to is at the end of item 2, it says we'll do the following BMPs if feasible. And then I guess, yeah, each thing appears to be modified by if feasible, but if that's not the witness's understanding, then we can.
I don't see any feasibility associated with number 3 or 4, which is the co-location and the applic standards. Application of bird flight diverters.
Okay.
I'm missing one.
So just to clarify, your determinations in your testimony are based on the understanding that all the lines would be underground except those that are identified on page 5, line 22.
Objection asked and answered.
I think we're just clarifying. Go ahead, Ms. Gardner.
Page 5, line 22 talks about the one new 20-meter overhead line, and then page 6, paragraph 14 shows the locations of the 4 co-located SCADA and power lines.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the diversion. Let's see. So we could take this down. Thanks so much, Ms. Mullen. That's a lot easier to read than what my printout was. So with respect to the flight diverters,
if you put flight diverters on new lines that are co-located with existing lines, does that have the potential to push flying cranes either above or below the new lines with diverters?
Marking lines makes them more visible for the cranes.
Yeah, so if certain lines are marked, but other lines aren't, then wouldn't it be more likely that the cranes would run into the unmarked lines?
Objection misstates testimony.
You try to
I
get
wasn't referring to her. I mean, I guess she refers to marking, but it's really just a question.
Can you just rephrase the question or ask it again?
Sure. So if the flight diverters were put on new lines that were co-located with existing lines, wouldn't that have the potential to make the cranes go away from the marked lines and toward the unmarked lines on these poles? As an example, like on Lambert Road, right? That's a major transmission line corridor for the project, isn't it? And existing poles will be used in that area, right?
All the lines on Lambert Road for the project are undergrounded.
Okay, maybe that's a bad example then. So in another location where the lines would be co-located.
So
if there's existing line and you're adding more lines to the same poles or maybe reconfigured poles that allow for those additional lines, the question is about whether the new marked lines might make it more likely that a crane would divert away from those lines and into existing lines that aren't marked on the same series of poles.
Well, the new lines are to be located within the same vertical prism, so it would mark that same it would make that same span visible, if that makes sense.
So your belief is that if the markers on one line, for instance, as an example, would divert the birds away from that area entirely?
Yes, they would make the lines more visible.
Okay. And then what about during foggy conditions? How would the diverters function in fog?
How would they function?
Would they work in fog?
That's the requirement of the mitigation measure, is they need to be visible in all conditions. So diverters that are visible under all conditions would need to be selected.
And do you have any scientific basis for your statement that you made a minute ago about that the placement of the diverters on one line would improve the likelihood that the cranes would also see the old lines? Is that something that you have a reference for?
I was just using a spatial analysis of the fact that if the marked lines are right beside the unmarked lines, it's going to make that whole span more visible.
And do you have is there anywhere I could look in your testimony or one of the exhibits and kind of like what this is going to look like?
Objection vague and ambiguous as to what you're asking, what it looks like.
what we're talking about, the lines, the co-location of lines and what the towers look like and how the lines are configured. Is there any exhibit or anything you could refer me to that has that information?
I don't have an exhibit. These are transmission lines or distribution lines. I could step you through each location.
That's okay. You have it in your testimony. That's okay. I just was curious because I've looked for that and I couldn't find it. So it's just a question. It's okay.
Okay.
If later you find it, you could let us know. Let's see. And are there plans to place flight diverters anywhere near where the construction activity is proposed?
Which construction activity?
For instance, we could focus on, the area near the Stone Lakes Refuge, for instance, like Twin Cities complex or the intake at Hood, for instance.
The project lines along Lambert Road and up to SP Cut Levee, that's all undergrounded. So there aren't overhead project lines to put markers on.
And there's no plan to put markers on existing lines in those areas that DWR is not intending to use.
That's not part of my analysis. I certainly do think that there's a really good opportunity for those lines to also be undergrounded if DWR is making the space for that. I know DWR would be willing to work with utilities to underground their existing lines.
Is that included in a mitigation measure or anywhere in your
the undergrounding of that's my opinion in my testimony is that there's opportunity.
It's not currently contemplated though. Okay.
Making what's not currently contemplated.
Oh, and I'm specifically thinking of flushing from noise, as you referenced earlier, which is maybe what you consider to be the biggest risk. Wouldn't additional diverters on existing lines in those areas be one way to try to protect sandhill cranes and other birds?
We have there's a different mitigation strategy to avoid impacts from noise in those areas.
Okay, does not include diverters though.
Diverters, yeah, only on project lines.
Okay. And then I was getting to noise as well. So certain construction activities are limited to what is termed as the Greater Sandhill Crane wintering season, September 15th to March 15th, to the extent feasible. Is that correct?
Yes. Are you referring to the mitigation measure?
Yeah, correct.
Yes.
Mitigation measure 33, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then do you agree that cranes may sometimes be in the Delta earlier or later than those dates?
Yes.
Okay. Mitigation measure 33 refers to the eventuality that with reference to this issue of cranes not being on an exact schedule,
it says that if CDFW develops guidance regarding Sandhill crane surveys and work windows, DWR will adjust survey dates in the mitigation measures. If CDFW does not develop that kind of guidance, then would the survey, is it fair to say that the survey dates wouldn't be adjusted?
Adjusted to what time frame?
Well, either to, I mean, I think it would have an impact on construction timing, according to the way I understand mitigation measure 33. If cranes were present, it's a different, there's some additional time restrictions for construction. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. There's pile driving timing restrictions and other construction timing restrictions.
Right. But yeah, I was just curious about this reliance on CDFW developing guidance in order to adjust the survey dates. Do you expect that DFW will develop guidance, or?
Objection calls for speculation.
I think that's fair. I think a different question, Ms. Meserve, or in a different way.
Okay, well, the mitigation measure refers to if they develop guidance, so that made me think that someone thought they would. So that's why I asked. I don't know if that helps.
But I mean, I think I understand why you asked, but I'm not sure that Ms. Gardiner's in a position to provide any meaningful comment on that.
Did CDFW indicate to you that it was planning on providing guidance?
No, September, this window of is when cranes are typically present in the Delta. Some arrive later than September 15th. Certainly, there have definitely been records of some arriving prior to September 15th. This is kind of the typical season when they are there, and CDFW, it's a CDFW listed species, so they would be the ones likely to develop guidance if that were to change substantially, with consideration of climate change or other influences of migration.
Okay. So if in the mitigation measure 33, still sticking with that, it doesn't say anything about avoiding surface construction impacts if the cranes are present outside of the crane wintering season, does it?
Avoiding surface construction footprints
altogether, as opposed to just limiting the time of day that construction could occur.
Surface construction footprints. I'm really not quite sure of your question.
And maybe I think my next question is about Bio 33 as well. So I think I might trouble Ms. Mullen to please bring up DWR 804 PDF page 71. And I think it's down, if you zoom into kind of the bottom of the page, there is where the language I'm talking about on the left-hand side. Yeah. So this is refers to the guidance, but so this doesn't necessarily, what I was trying to get at, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it doesn't necessarily limit construction altogether, Dr. Gardner. This mitigation measure refers to limiting construction hours if cranes are present. Is that right?
This part of the mitigation measure.
So I think it's on to the next page, Ms. Mullen, under timing, which is item 2. So so the timing of construction is limited to those dates only to the extent feasible, isn't that right?
For some components, so this timing section of the mitigation measure identified some parts that, or I'm sorry, some aspects of the project that could be committed to avoiding the winter crane season and being conducted outside of it. And there were others where it was not known at the time the feasibility of if it could or could not. And so we analyzed it with the possibility that it could, but it wasn't a firm commitment for other measures because they couldn't give us that information with a firm commitment at this part of the project design.
And then, and you see where each one of these items under 2 uses the word, at least the first 2, C and D, refer to if feasible. You see that?
Yes, and the difference is, yes, so those ones were feasible at the time of the preparation of the EIR, and then E shows an example of work that can be committed to be conducted outside of the winter crane use season when they're not present in the delta. And then the difference is that oh no, I'm sorry. I'm thinking about time of day commitments as well.
Okay. Just to follow this train of thought, the feasibility here is determined by the contractor and project engineers, right?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to which subsection you're speaking to.
Sure. I think it says under C, as determined by the contractor in coordination with project engineers, and then F uses the same language. So maybe just sticking to those 2.
Yes, and I can't speak necessarily to the degree of which the contractors are determining the feasibility. Certainly at this level of planning and at this level of project design, I was relying on the feasibility shared by project engineers.
And that doesn't include consultation with CDFW, for instance.
Again, ambiguous as to that.
Let's stick with items C and F of 2.
consultation with CDFW on the feasibility of conducting a portion of construction.
Well,
When
I guess my question is really, wouldn't CDFW potentially have input into how important it would be to avoid the construction while the cranes were present?
Objection calls for speculation.
I think that's fair. I mean, Ms. Meserve, you may need to do more background work about Ms. Gardiner's understanding of feasibility. I'm not sure how this is relevant to a determination of feasibility, but that may be because my understanding of feasibility is different than yours, which is maybe separate from what Ms. Carroll was objecting to. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I think all I wanted to clarify was that CDFW is apparently not part of the conversation in 2C and 2F. Does that sound correct?
Only except for the fact that F was revised with a recommendation from CDFW to incorporate some additional language with respect to starting construction if feasible 14 days before September 15th.
So there was input of CDFW with respect to F potentially, but I'm speaking prospectively. There's not a role for CDFW contemplated in these measures we're looking at right this moment. Is that right?
Oh, CDFW consultation and the mitigation is with respect to the location of mitigation.
Okay. Makes sense. And so some measures are provided for the eventuality that pile driving does occur when the cranes are present, and that includes the new roost sites further away from the noise. Isn't that right?
That's part of it. Part of it is limiting the pile driving to 1 hour after sunrise, and then ending 1 hour before sunset to avoid the noise impacts on the roosting cranes. And then there's the additional mitigation of providing alternate habitat for any habitat that's affected by noise greater than 50 decibels as well.
In terms of the hours of operation, you use the word avoid. Are you sure don't sometimes cranes forage right near an area where they roost, which are located near these construction sites we're discussing?
Well, there's mitigation for so I'm talking about avoiding effects on the roosting cranes at the time that they're roosting.
Okay.
That's what I mean by that. And then the mitigation includes providing alternate habitat for both roost sites and foraging habitat.
Okay. And then are you aware of an example where alternative roosting sites have been successfully used as avoidance or mitigation measure for sandhill cranes in the past?
I'm not sure if I am, or if I can think of an example. I mean, certainly roost site creation is beneficial for cranes and as is foraging, habitat creation. Certainly, part of the conservation strategy is to create roosting and foraging habitat in new areas because they are so concentrated.
Okay. But sounds like, is it true that you're not aware of an example where this approach has been used to mitigate or avoid impacts of a project?
I'm just trying to think. And then, of course, to be clear, this is the mitigation that's just limited to the noise impacts for the duration of construction.
Correct. Yeah. And, if you think of one later, then on redirect, you could always bring that up. But sounds like you're not aware of an example, if I'm understanding at this moment.
Yeah, I think the examples that I can think of off the top of my head are using mitigation, or I'm sorry, not mitigation, but creating new foraging or roosting habitats to attract cranes to a certain area, like in refuge lands.
Right. But that would be different than than here where we're mitigating a specific project.
Well, we are trying to attract them. I mean, we're taking like say for example for the Sandhill cranes that are foraging in harvested corn where there's only a small percentage of that corn is available, and we're creating foraging habitat where it's 100% available and specifically managed for sandhill cranes and having less competition from other waterfowl species. That is we are trying to attract them. We're trying to make attractive high value habitat for them, and cranes they go to where the corn is, and they go to where there's suitable water levels and appropriate roost sites where they feel safe.
Okay. But yeah, so again, that's not an example of mitigation. Like, are you saying that you think cranes will be better off if this project is built and the mitigation you just discussed is implemented than they are today?
In some respects, I mean, this mitigation is really to provide, I mean, actually, yeah, in some ways I do. I mean, this mitigation is to conservatively provide, even more wonderful habitat for them, high value in case noise that's greater than 50 decibels, that habitat is no longer as attractive to them. So it's providing this alternate habitat. It's also providing an opportunity for landowner incentive programs to be utilized in the area even more so, and collaborative conservation planning for like the entire at a regional level. It is providing a lot of opportunity.
This is not a habitat conservation plan, though. I mean, I apologize for interrupting. No, okay.
No, it's not.
All right. There was a habitat conservation plan approach, and it's not right now.
I didn't hear the question because we were talking over each other. Ms. Gardner, did you have anything else that you needed to say in response to, to finish your thought, and then Ms. Bezer can ask her question?
I was just going to also add that the, undergrounding the project power lines throughout a huge portion of the area, I mean, I think that really does provide a great opportunity that would benefit Sandhill Crane as well.
But that's you just said earlier though, that's undergrounding new lines that DWR needs for the project, right?
Yes, yeah,
Yeah.
but they're going to be, you know, they're putting the infrastructure in place. So there's a huge opportunity for existing lines, you know, other utilities to use that exact same infrastructure at a reduced cost and on underground lines in those areas as well. So I do see that as a benefit for Sandhill Crane as a result of the project.
So is that part of the project description to allow other entities to use the DWR lines that are built to serve the power needs of the intakes, for instance?
It's my understanding DWR has communicated that they are very open to working with utility companies to also underground their lines using that infrastructure.
Okay. There's no plan to do that right now. You're just saying that's a possibility. Is that right?
I'm saying that DWR is open to collaborating with the utilities if they would like to use that same infrastructure.
Okay. So let's see. Do you know, speaking of the site fidelity to the roosting area that you mentioned earlier, do you have any references or support for the idea that the Sandhill cranes would use a different roosting location if they if their old roost location was not available because of the project?
I just want to make sure I understand what you're asking. You're asking if, I mean, Sandhill cranes will use multiple roost sites. There's literature showing that sometimes they'll abandon a roost site, you know, due to hunting in the Delta. And sometimes they'll return to that roost site, sometimes they'll select a different roost site.
So do you have any documentation regarding cranes making a transition from one roost site to a new one? From an old roost site to a new roost site?
I mean, it's a newly created roost site.
Correct.
I don't know. I guess I would have to do some research on some of the temporary roost sites and historically if they were not you know, compatible with crane use, so they weren't managed for cranes, and then one year they started to be flooded in the winter. I mean, there would be so many variables. I mean, creating new roost sites is a substantial component of the conservation strategy for Sandhill cranes. So yes, I feel quite confident that if you create it, they will come.
The conservation strategy you're referring to, though, it's not developed around this particular project. It's a conservation strategy.
No. It's
okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Or, yeah.
Interrupted you.
Okay. It's a conservation strategy for cranes today in the current environment, right?
Yes, for greater Sandhill cranes.
Correct. Okay. So on the noise issue, the other source, one other major source of noise relevant to cranes comes from the construction vehicles, for instance, on haul roads.
there's a measure to avoid and minimize impacts to cranes, to not operate vehicles on those roads during roosting. What exactly is the restriction there?
So the construction, the use of those haul roads would be if it was during the Sandhill crane use season, would be limited to 1 hour after sunrise and 1 hour before sunset, similarly to avoid effects on roosting cranes. And then if it's conducted, with the exception of the concrete pours that I described in my testimony, that would be 24 hours.
Okay. And then what about cranes that would be foraging near the haul roads? Wouldn't they also be at risk of flushing, for instance, from the noise source of the vehicles?
So it would be similar to other construction impacts if they were not concerned by the noise. I would not anticipate that they would flush. I mean, cranes forage in areas with existing roads and highways. But if the noise is greater than 50 decibels, that area of overlap with foraging habitat, again, there would be alternate foraging habitat available for the cranes that they could use that would be in that in unharvested corn.
And how would DWR know if a crane is flushed from, say, foraging and hits a power line and is hurt? How would you know that?
I believe it's environmental commitment 14, but I would need to check. Has monitoring requirements for work areas.
Okay. And in terms of does visibility factor into a decision about whether to restrict driving on haul roads, like for instance from fog?
Not in my analysis. Are you asking if it's safe for trucks to drive in the fog?
Yeah, more or less.
I don't know. I don't have that in my chapter or in my analysis.
Okay. So do you know why flight diverters weren't contemplated on the existing lines that could be struck by a crane that was flushed on, for instance, a foggy day?
Action, compound question.
Well, do you know why flight diverters were not contemplated on the existing lines that are near the haul routes?
Well, because the mitigation strategy was to conservatively analyze, with the or hypothesize that there was potential that the cranes would not want to be in areas where sound was greater than 50 decibels. And so the mitigation was to provide alternate habitat that was outside of those noisy areas. Well, no, not noisy at 50 decibels, but areas impacted by construction related sound.
But then you also said earlier, I'm just a little confused, you said that cranes do hang out in, say, forage in areas where there is noise from construction. So,
and that's why we incorporated this conservative analysis, because there is contradictory information. So I think that if they are in an area that's noisy and they're not bothered, I don't see how that would cause them to flush if they're not concerned by the noise.
wouldn't some types of construction vehicles be quite noisy and have the potential to flush a bird?
Jim calls for speculation.
I'm just trying to ask about issues that the witness brought up herself.
No, and I think that's fair. Ms. Gardner's the expert, so maybe repeat the question just so we can remember, or I can remember what it was.
Yeah, sorry. What I was getting at was if birds generally weren't, if sandhill cranes, greater sandhill cranes on a haul road are foraging, notwithstanding the fact that there's construction of this project occurring, couldn't a noisier vehicle than most of them come along and potentially flush it? And that's what I was trying to get at.
I mean, I don't think I could speak to the comparison of a construction vehicle versus a tractor versus harvesting equipment. I mean, there are certainly very loud vehicles that I've been in the presence of in the Delta. I think if you were looking for specific estimates of the noise of the construction vehicles, it would be in the noise chapter of the final environmental impact report, with comparative sound levels.
Okay, and then you clarified further, I believe you already answered that flight diverters weren't contemplated in these haul road locations.
Yes, I did already answer that.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Sorry, I think we're all fading a bit. Let's see. So now when we talked about flight diverters, did your testimony include any analyses of project impacts to specific crane flight paths or commute paths that may be identified in the Delta?
Could you be a little bit more specific?
Yeah, so like a flight path would be like the straight path from, say, a roost site to an available forage habitat that supports that roost.
That would have been included. I think I think the analysis looked at it more as a radius, but that would be included within that area.
So you didn't, in the EIR or in your testimony here, there's not analysis. Is it fair to say there's not analysis of like a flight path, like a pattern that you would expect them to take given the available roost or the available foraging sites near the roost?
This is similar to what I responded to earlier. Is that the availability of habitat changes throughout the winter season. So where they're going to forage and roost, that can also change over the winter season. I mean, are you speaking, say, for example,
really
like
just-
where do the Staten Island cranes like to forage? That, like in that respect, it would be a direction of a flight path. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I'm really just asking if you looked at flight paths and trying to analyze the potential for impacts to cranes. And from what I looked at, I agree, you looked at radius, not flight path.
Yeah, I considered that there was potential that it could be in any direction, you know, to cover, you know, to analyze conservatively and based on the fact that, you know, crop rotation changes. And yeah, I couldn't say in a given year, you know, without being on the ground if it was a suitable foraging habitat that year or not.
Now,
or at
without,
that time of year.
Sorry. And without looking at the flight path, how would you know the degree and extent of disturbance from the road segments?
Action vague and ambiguous as to degree and as to road segments.
And I actually don't understand the question, so maybe Ms. Reserve
Yeah,
might
okay.
rephrase it.
No problem. So there's road segments that are planned for haul roads. For instance, let's just take Lambert Road, right? Or behind the town of Hood, for instance, is another haul road, I believe. If you didn't look at specific flight paths, how would you be able to analyze the extent of disturbance that these haul roads might have on cranes making their daily forage trip?
And I think this is what I was trying to answer before, is that I didn't limit my analysis to a certain direction of flight path. I considered the potential for the entire radius of flight paths.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah. I have a couple questions about mitigation. So I think you're probably aware, and we looked at the letter or piece of the Friends of Stone Lakes letter, and there's compensatory mitigation as part of the mitigation for Sandhill cranes in the EIR and discussed in your testimony. And there's a concern that it relies very heavily on mitigation at Bolden Island, which it's in the South Delta. Is that true?
Central.
Okay.
Central.
But the project impacts nearest to Stone Lakes Wildlife Refuge, at least. Would you consider that the North Delta?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know why the mitigation wasn't contemplated to be nearer to where the impacts to the local populations of the species occur?
Action vague and ambiguous as to species calls for speculation.
I'm still talking about Greater Sandhill crane, if you can believe it.
I think I understand your question, and I think I can answer it, if I could wait as well.
The hearing officer will allow it. I would be happy to let you.
Please.
So I guess a couple things. For impacts on roosting habitat, the only impact is down on Lower Roberts Island on a temporary roost site that's been previously identified. The impacts on from noise, you know, if will be in place around Stone Lakes for the duration of, the construction impact. So there's that component to mitigate for roosting habitat and foraging habitat in the vicinity of Stone Lakes. And again, not limited to Stone Lakes, but the noise impacts at Stone Lakes will be mitigated. There's a requirement for it to be outside of the noise buffer, but I think it's within 1 mile for roost sites and for foraging habitat as well. So in that respect, there and throughout the project area where cranes are present, the mitigation for those noise impacts will happen, as close to but outside of the 50 decibel noise contour as possible. And then the Bolden Island mitigation or compensation lands are the primary purpose of those is for I believe state and federal wetlands and giant garter snake and valley elderberry longhorn beetle. I believe those are the primary resources for that area. Certainly, it was considered and for a suite of species and natural communities as well. But there are species, I think that giant garter snake and valley elderberry longhorn beetle are the only terrestrial species that maybe all of the mitigation could be accomplished at that location. For Sandhill crane, it was an area, that was a potential, but, in addition to other site protection instruments, certainly. So I believe the mitigation measure says it would be on Bolden Island or in an area that provides connectivity between Stone Lakes and Casumnes. And then, but, DWR has communicated that they, would, the mitigation would occur in areas that have been identified as, priority areas for conservation. And that would happen through coordination with the Sandhill Crane Technical Advisory Committee as well. But of course, and I know CDFW is a member of the Technical Advisory Committee, but the mitigation does also state that, or the measure also states that mitigation would have to be at a location subject to CDFW approval.
And some of the crane mitigation, an indeterminate amount of the crane mitigation could be at Bolden Island as well, though, right?
It's my understanding that maybe it could provide some habitat for sandhill crane, but that's certainly not a focus area for sandhill crane.
Okay.
Ms. Meserve, we're at 4:53,
Yeah,
so I'm wondering if this is a good time to break, then maybe we should break here. On that
I will
note,
look up the Bolden Island issue and come back.
there you go.
And I am close to the end of the questions I had for.
That was going to be my next question. Do you have an estimate on how much time?
Yeah, it's probably, I think I could do it in about 20 minutes.
Okay, great, thank
You
you.
can hopefully go faster in the morning.
I understand that too. And then I think still outstanding is whether Mr. Moore may have questions. The hearing team, which I will make my best attempt to ask them, but the hearing team does have questions. I should be, if I were fair to myself, I would give you an estimate, but I think hopefully we could do that in about half an hour. So hopefully that will help Ms. Carroll, and whether or not you're going to look to redirect, but that maybe helps with preparation for panel 4, timing of panel 4, I should say. Before we break until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., are there other questions or procedural issues that we should address. Then with that, I want to thank both Ms. Gardiner and Dr. Greenwood. I know it's been a long day. Thank you very much for your testimony, and we will see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. and we are adjourned.